All right, welcome to LD's Monday, Sunday leftovers. It is Monday. I'm somewhat rested, but I'm here, very excited. I've got a guest. I can't wait to talk to him. I've been reviewing some of the interviews he's done over the past week since he's been back from Brazil. But today I have with me the great Addy Adds, Addy Adds on Twitter. So he's been in Brazil. Let me bring him on. Make sure this works. There we go.
Hey, LD, how's it going?
Welcome. Thanks for joining me,
I love
man.
the typeface. Thanks for having me, LD. I really appreciate it. And yeah, great typeface. And you guys are some of the best to do it for sure.
Well, I need to read a book that Peter recommended about fonts. And need to get better at mixing fonts because in the past I've
of course Peter would know the typeface book, wouldn't he?
He sent me a recommendation. Yeah. Well, awesome. So thank you for joining me. If anybody's not aware, you've been doing a bunch of interviews. Well, you're an independent journalist. If you want to, let me do my. I respect what you do, man. You're a young guy. You're getting after it. You're on the ground in some interesting places. The January 6th, I think you were there. You've been covering the Georgia, the aftermath of 2020 elections, and most recently, you started writing for the National File, and you were just sent down to Brazil, and sounds like there was nobody else there, and then you ran into some interesting folks. So I'd like you to just add anything that I missed about who you are, where you came from, but get into your story about Brazil.
Yeah. Thanks, LD. You know my work pretty well. I'm actually going to Georgia next to cover the Senate runoff. So I'll be back down in the Peach State, the Empire State of the South. And yes, I've been working for the National File for about 5 weeks. I'm also an established author. My first book, and so are you. And WISNT, which is whistleblower intelligence, which is, I think, is a term I coined, to PubInt, which is public intelligence. And it's kind of a working definition. But I've sold, actually, I haven't really counted recently, but north of 45,000 books, which doesn't sound. It sounds cooler than it feels as far as the bank account goes. But I've also written for the Star News Network, and I'm now writing for the National File. have my public intelligence podcast, which kind of has been on the back burner since I've been focusing mostly on writing recently. But as you mentioned, I was sent to Brazil for the national file on behalf of the national file, and my publisher Noel, and was supposed to actually be coming back today. But our trip got cut short, and I can definitely talk about that if you'd like. And yeah, there's also a possibility I would have had my stay extended. Um, but that article you have up there is one I did with this chef. He's a culinary artist. He actually appeared on Brazil Top Chef. If people want to see that interview, it's there on the national file, talking about the CAC, which is a group basically of armed civilians, some 600,000, most of which, according to Vinny, are supporting the causes of the demonstrators and the protesters there in Brazil. A group whose number far exceeds six figures. It's in the seven figures and maybe even eight figures, according to one Matthew Tierman. It's tough for me to say one way or another how many people were there because I didn't have a drone. I was boots on the ground, but lots and lots of people. Very peaceful. There's children playing soccer, football, as they say. Old people around. They even had a medical tent. We had an incident one day that I was associated with. One of our colleagues had a seizure, unfortunately, so he had to go to the medical tent. And I was actually going to interview the doctor who spoke very good English, but we had to leave before that. But that was something I didn't know either. Is they being Brazilians are allowed to have weapons. And by weapons, I mean specifically firearms, not just I usually have my knife on me, but not just knives. They are allowed to have firearms. The background check and the process for going through that is more extensive than it is here in the United States. But nonetheless, they do have, as you can see there, some 600,000 people who own at least one firearm, and that is quite a statement to make. And
Mm-hmm.
I believed Vinny. I don't think he's a federal agent. He seems like a very genuine guy. He's a very warm guy. He seemed like he would make a great friend. And I was looking forward to talking to him more. But unfortunately, as you mentioned, we did have to cut our trip short. And this may have been the article, and this is the one article I had time to do that kind of pushed it over the edge, because it is difficult to both report and write. And if I could put a feather in my cap, I can do both very well. Some people can just report or just write. A journalist writes what happened. A reporter says what happened, right? And I think there's an important distinction to make there. And there's also a difference between a journalist and an investigative journalist as well. But that's getting a little into the weeds. But yeah, wherever you want to take it, LD.
Well, I did just want to mention with this article, this stood out because in some of the conversations I listened to that you were trying to get a sense, or people were asking you, was this all Bolsonaro supporters? And I got the sense, and from this article too, that it's it was more of a broad rejection of what may come, and Lula, that candidate, is said to be, possibly going to crack down on firearms, make it very difficult for people to defend themselves. It's obviously a very violent country, and this was encouraging, to see that what this group is about: collectors, shooters, hunters. I mean, that sounds like a strong group, and yeah, I just found that interesting. And So your trip was cut short, you mentioned, and we do have a video we can play that kind of illustrates what happened. If you want to set that up.
Sure. Yeah. It was, let me cover a couple things that happened earlier in the week. It's their spring/rainy season right now. So it was raining probably 85% of the time we were there, but there was one day on Friday, which was the day that things got spooky, that we got to have some downtime, and our host took us to one of his places and got to swim, and it was really really fun. But other than that, we were working pretty much the whole time. As I mentioned, is basically a quagmire, and it was really difficult to find anyone who spoke English. And additionally, our first translator got cold feet, which I don't hold against him because one journalist, Osvaldo Estachio, was arrested 3 times, tortured. He had his arm broken, and they do this extraction torture, which I don't necessarily need to describe, but the point is he was tortured and he actually can't walk right now. He's in a wheelchair. He tried fleeing, was unable to, and he's returned to fight on the soil. And I interviewed him, but again, our translator got cold feet, so kind of sitting on that interview right now, which is really unfortunate. But I'm in touch with this producer, and hopefully we can connect remotely. So there's courage in the air for sure. And courage is infectious, but so is fear. And I don't sense fear, but I sense a little bit of paranoia when I was there because of this guy, Alexander de Moraes, Supreme Court Justice, Electoral Chief Justice as well. And probably the most feared man in the country. He was just in Manhattan, and my buddy Paul actually walked by him, who lives in New York City.
Oh, Dr. Cottrell. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that was an interesting talk you had with him over on Rumble.
Yeah, people really like that. I literally woke up like 2 minutes before that. Very weird. I asked the hotel for a wake up call. I set 3 alarms, and none of those things came to pass. But fortunately, I woke up just in time, and we had a great coffee talk as we do on Sundays, and they had scheduled that months in advance, and they were talking about democracy and who knows what else. But very ironic. While their home countrymen are protesting basically against that group of people. But again, his name is Alexander de Moraes. Very, very evil looking man. He really could put John Brennan to the test on that.
How do you spell that? I wanted to bring him up.
Yeah, so it's Alexander as you would spell it, and then De as in Denata, which is DE, and then Moraes. I got it wrong last time. I want to say it's Moroaes. Moroaes. I got one letter wrong on there, but yeah, he's becoming more well known worldwide because of his role in everything that's going on in Brazil. So hopefully, yep, there he is.
Yeah.
He looks like a Sith Lord, doesn't he not?
Yeah.
He looks like he's Palpatine's apprentice, and yeah, people are really scared of this guy because he's hunting down dissidents, journalists, as I mentioned, and people who he deems to be an enemy. And the Brazilian people are very chill, as the young people say, very, very relaxed people. Great food, not as spicy as Mexican food, but very earthy food. Lots of rice and beans and really good meat. They actually are a big exporter of beef. To our country as well as China.
That's hilarious. It's not hilarious, but like when you find out, like, oh, all American beef, that's what that means sometimes is it's coming from Brazil or South America, but it's sold as, or it's kind of a deception. Anyway, the whole beef system is crazy.
It is weird. Considering we have so many farms here, it's kind of weird that we import so much beef from a place like Brazil. But that's important too, to put in context, economic relationship between Brazil and China. China's biggest strategic concern is probably feeding their people and making sure they have enough resources. I think they have the biggest population in the world. I know it's them and India with the most people, but they're not really worried about an invasion from someone. Their concern is feeding everybody. And as I mentioned, they're kind of attached economically speaking at the hip because Brazil's biggest client, or one of their biggest clients, is Brazil, particularly as it pertains to beef, and soy is another big export of Brazil as well. And soy is in everything nowadays, right? Unfortunately. But the week progressed, and I was set to interview actually the head of the conservative the student head. And I was late because I was on Lee Stranahan's show. I'm actually going to appear on a show later this week, as well as a follow up. And my bodyguard went ahead and met up with these people. And when I arrived there was a State Department employee and an FBI agent who was a female, and the State Department guy, Miguel Contreras, was male. Kristen Parkhouse was the FBI agent's name. And my bodyguard was there. And the context was I was set to interview the conservative student who had to leave because it was getting late, and then a lawyer, also conservative, and then a campaign manager who is conservative as well. And they didn't speak English, so the bar owner, Renato Tibet is his name, Renato Tibet, Tebet. He translated for us. He did a great job. He's 33 years old. He owned multiple bars and restaurants, and he's the one who kind of facilitated everyone being there. And when I first got there, my initial thought was, well, I was nervous for sure. And I think Contreras could tell that. He looked at me, he's like, you okay? And then he bought me a beer, and I tried to hide my concern, but maybe I didn't hide it very well. But again, these people had me as their mark. So they were basically, their job was to read me, right? And try to influence me. There he is.
This is Renato. Wow.
He's the cousin, or a cousin, I'm sure she has more than one cousin, of Simone Tebet, who placed third behind Inácio Lula and Jair Bolsonaro. And he also told me as the night wore on and we were chewing the fat that he stands to make a lot of money if Lula takes power. And it was at that point in the conversation that Kristen Parkhouse, the FBI agent, interjected and said I would make a good CIA agent, which I thought was funny. Some people perceived that to be a soft pitch. And there's Simone Tebet, his cousin. There she is, academic lawyer and politician. And she kind of got de facto captured by Lula because she was kind of this third party candidate floating around who Bolsonaro, to his chagrin, dismay, it was a mistake for him not to make her an ally of his. And she got several million votes. I want to say it was like, it was under 10 million. I can't remember the exact figure, but she then became an ally of Lula's. And based on that information, he told me not only that was he related to Tibet, but he's by proxy an ally of Lula's as well. So after the younger guys leave, the lawyer and the campaign manager, we were talking, and that's when that happened. And Contreras kept pushing for us to go to another establishment owned by Tibet, a place called the Jungle Bar. And it was there that what transpired was an intelligence trap. And as far as we could tell, Kristen Parkhouse was the Overwatch, watching everything develop. And Contreras was kind of the point man, trying to make everything happen. And as soon as we got there, a young redheaded woman named Roberta Krauerbrow, I can't remember her last name, but we found her contact information as well. Wrote on a napkin and sent a message over to my bodyguard that said, basically, I think you're handsome. Come and talk to me. Here's my number, right? So he said no initially. He has a girlfriend. And after probably 25, 30 minutes of persuasion, he walked over there. And maybe you want to play this video.
I thought I could play it silently while you're describing this, or
yeah. So this is actually a little bit later.
Too.
This is after we got in a fight. And look, he tried to smack it out of my head. He's so funny. Look at him. He's like, he looks like a thug. That's Renato on the left.
Yeah.
And there's Miguel Contreras, State Department employee, secretary for the United States Embassy in Brazil. We rode over to the bar in, there he is. There's his information if anybody wanted to hit him up. We haven't had any responses from these people yet, believe it or not. That's probably not a surprise to most. And the car he drove us over in was diplomatic plated. And the reason, or probably the reason, well, more accurately, when he got mad is when I asked him to return my backpack, which was in his car still. And he became physically violent and verbally abusive as well. And it was like the third or fourth time he pushed me that my bodyguard basically put him on the ground. And this was the main, I think, intimidation asset. He has experience in Iraq and Afghanistan, according to him. And he fit the bill as far as former Spec Ops guys. He's got the huge beard like you, LD. I'm not saying you're Spec Ops or anything like that. But he came over after a few minutes and backing up here, Renato's girlfriend, who we didn't know was his girlfriend at the time. Her name is Natalie Ribeiro. She told me her name was Bianca. And I think her job was to just keep me seated and make sure I didn't go and walk over to my bodyguard if possible. And after she left, this guy came over and said, you know, basically, we're reading all your texts. We have all your cell phone pings, so we know where you are. That was the implication. And we're reading all your articles. And as you can see there, he says that I would end up in the middle of the ocean in a black site. And so that was on camera caught. And then as well, the fact that he served in Iraq and Afghanistan probably is some sort of contractor. So you can imagine what that means.
Right.
Yeah, and he did have an accent. He appeared to speak French. And I was like, Montreal. At one point, I was like, Montreal? You're from Montreal? Because my guess was French Canadian, but so maybe somebody better with accents than myself could help out. And there's Kristen Parkhouse. She was FBI, quote unquote, taking my journalism cap off. We contended she was a CIA agent. The FBI is a domestic agency, domestic law enforcement agency. The CIA is a foreign intelligence agency, right?
Yeah.
So,
what's the term you use associated with Peter Strzok, who it seems never graduated from FBI Academy? Isn't that right?
yeah, it's like, I mean, he is a
There was an acronym
paychecks.
that you were like DTRA or something.
Oh, Defense Threat Reduction Agency.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah. It's tough to say because these people don't come out and say who they are or what they really do, right? And you can see she's trying to cover up her face. We made them look stupid. We made the CIA look absolutely silly last week. And my first bar fight was with the CIA. So how many people can say that? And that was the other thing. He finally relented after my bodyguard put him on the ground. I just held him down, and he finally said, "Okay, I'll give you your backpack." And then he said, "As you can see there, if I ever see you again, I'm going to kill you." And the sexual lure, she was trying to get, she failed trying to get my bodyguard to go home and allegedly sleep with her. And she tried kissing him multiple times throughout the night and failed. And fortunately, my bodyguard is not a guy who doesn't know how to talk to pretty women. So that was a bonus, because if it was maybe some guy who's not used to that, he might have succumbed. And we kind of did this counterintelligence op where he filmed me from afar as I was talking to dude who said his name was Dominic, which is probably not true. But there he is. And he does appear to be shallowly breathing at this point, which is indicative of stress, which I thought was interesting. I actually didn't notice that till last night. You can see the chest breathing.
Arms
and,
crossed, kind of.
Yep, very closed off. So I think we did a good job adapting to the situation, even though we let our guards down. And he also told me he was armed, but I don't know if that was true or not. So we didn't try to test it at all. But yeah, there he is. And now people know what a CIA agent looks like, or more precisely, some sort of Five Eyes asset, we can say. But I mentioned this before. I'm not ruling out the Mossad, but more than likely Five Eyes of some sort. Given the fact they were hanging out with U.S. State Department employees. But again, our quote unquote greatest allies always in our shenanigans one way or another, it seems.
Indeed. And was he the one I heard you describing? It seemed perhaps the woman was enjoying her job too much, and that's when he came over and sat down at the table. Was that him or?
Yeah, yeah. Renato's girlfriend. I went to the bathroom and I came back and Renato was sitting in my seat. And to be honest, and I don't want to sound arrogant, but it's not the first time that something like that happened. So I didn't think too much of it. I was like, okay, it's your bar. You're a brunette lady. You can talk to her, or whatever. Um, and then I switched seats because he took my seat. And then probably like 2 or 3 minutes later, this guy who called himself Dominic sat down and he didn't talk to me right away. He spoke to Renato, as I mentioned, for a couple minutes. They joked, and then Renato got up and left. And yeah, kind of reverse engineering the whole situation is pretty obvious what they're doing.
Yeah, divide and conquer. Try to get your bodyguard away from you. This is the note.
Yep,
Trying to lure him.
yep, yep. And
Sounds,
again,
yeah,
dude is I'm a short guy. I think you know that, LD. My dude was not a short guy and not an ugly guy. So he's used to talking to pretty girls sometimes. So that was definitely a bonus because that's what they do. Weaker men would have succumbed for sure. But
indeed.
he's not a weak man. He's a strong man, and I'm lucky that he was on my team. A British Texan, I call him Big Tex. So shout out to that dude.
British Texan, Big Tex.
Yeah,
That he sounds like. Yeah, I'd love to meet him. Sounds like a fun guy to
yeah,
hang
he's
out with.
for sure awesome guy. Really one of a kind for sure.
Um, yeah. So you got out of town the next day. Um, let's see. I
Yep.
mean, I'm trying to, because I've listened to the story a few times, and I just wanted to, make sure it got all of it out there for people. But I would
Yeah.
refer, if people go to your Twitter at one Addy Adds, you've done a few interviews. Was
Yep.
it
And
at,
the raw videos are there too.
mhm.
Um, I would be lying, LD, if I said we were not afraid.
Yeah,
Um, and I think it's important to recognize fear because I actually haven't really talked about this on the other shows, but when I was younger, I didn't know how to recognize fear. And it was because I think I was lying to myself.
mm,
Because I thought, oh, fear means you're running away and screaming. No, that's terror. That's like the complete end of the other spectrum of fear, right? 0 to 100. Maybe zero is, oh man, I'm going to be late for work. I'm a little anxious right now. Maybe that's zero, right? Whereas 10 is buildings are blowing up and men are shooting guns at us and we're screaming and running away. That's terror, right?
mm-hmm.
Most fear falls somewhere in between those. And I think it's important to recognize it. And I think meditation helps a lot with that, recognizing fear and being comfortable and sitting with the fear and breathing into it and breathing out and trying to maintain a presence of mind because I do think we had a pretty good presence of mind about the situation. But after we got home, we called people we trusted, people who have experience in intelligence and experience as journalists and reporters being targeted by intelligence. So we got kind of both sides, and they basically all said the same thing. They said you should get out. We neither of us wanted to leave, though. I got to say, neither of us wanted to.
Right.
But we sat and we thought about it, and we were making phone calls too right away. We called our publisher Noel. He was the first person we called, and then we called people for counsel, and then we called trusted loved ones who we knew would pick up the phone, and just to let them know what was going on. So there's two different types of phone calls basically. One to let people know what was going on, and one to seek advice, and kind of both. And consequently, we packed up very quickly, and we were actually able to get an armed escort to get us to where we needed to go. And that's the thing too is there's patriots and good guys on the inside too. So it's not just us versus the government per se,
Right.
but those people really have to protect their who they are, right? Because they're on the inside. So it was disappointing 5 days, um, but as you guys are punching above your weight class, so we were happy with that compliment.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'd say you handled yourself pretty well. And do you have a background in martial arts? I heard you talking a bit about jujitsu and boxing.
Yeah, I trained about 2 months with Marines and did jujitsu, so I can't claim to be an expert. But I know what it's like to have a 220-pound Marine on my chest, and it doesn't feel good. um,
Yeah.
Boxing, not so much. Mostly just for exercise a couple times, but I would like to get back into it, especially after this experience, because I'm still not. I don't think at my physical peak, and I just think it was Plato or Aristotle basically said you should try to figure out what your body can do while you can, while you're young and you still got
Mm,
that.
yeah.
So, but as you can see behind me, this is not my buck, but a very very skilled hunter in my family, and he taught me how to hunt along with my grandpa. Actually, um, I shot my first deer with my grandpa, um, and so I do have some hunting experience, and that's I don't claim to be an expert, but it does help. It does give you a bit of confidence handling weapons and it's interesting. I remember after I killed my first few deer, I would have dreams about hunting. They weren't really nightmares, but they were intense dreams about hunting deer. And the funny thing about that is deer don't hunt back really. So it kind of shows you even when there's no real danger, there's still that adrenaline. I remember I shot, I think it was my second deer with the guy who shot this monster behind me. And I couldn't stop shaking. Even though I wasn't in any danger, but it's important to kind of get that out of your system, I think.
I agree. That's great. I grew up shooting geese on the eastern shore of Maryland, and I'd like to get into some deer hunting. Definitely a lot around where I am now, and now I have a rifle that I could do that with.
Oh, nice. What
Um,
kind of what kind of caliber rifle
I
do you
got
have?
a 30-06.
Oh, for sure. That's
It's a
that's usually the weapon of choice for Wisconsin because rarely are you shooting beyond 80 yards because there's a lot of rolling hills and really kind of not super dense but denser woods. So a shot beyond that is pretty rare, and that's actually a pretty big round too. So very good weapon for medium range and deer hunting. And Wisconsin actually has the best whitetail hunting in the world. So I'm very fortunate in that sense.
Yeah, I'd love to get into that. And what I wanted to comment on was, I think that's a very valuable. I think it's a rite of passage. And I've been talking about it with people in as far as experiencing death, and maybe taking the
Mhm.
life of an animal to
Yeah,
eat and respect that animal
for
and
sure,
make use of
for
it and
sure.
integrate it into your body. And so I've been talking about kind of the kids that get to grow up on the farm taking care of animals. They get to see like life and death in that context, and whether it's stuff just happens to animals, you take care of them, they die, or you slaughter them and you eat them. And I think that helps people take away the fear of death or contextualize it or bring it into
Yeah,
the part of the life cycle. And so many
exactly.
people who are disconnected from their food, who don't ever have that experience, perhaps they're missing out on that, getting over the fear of death as a part of life.
Yeah, that's a great point you bring up, LD, and I'm really really thankful for my uncles and my grandfather who just passed away. He was my biggest fan in the world,
Ah,
and I shot my first deer with him, and that was great. And I remember I'll tell the story. I actually haven't shared this, so you get exclusive here tonight, LD. Um, it was the youth hunt. We have the youth hunt in the fall. So it's a lot. It's usually a lot warmer. And you have to be, I think, under the age of 16, I think, to hunt, and you have to have an adult with you. And my grandfather took me out, and uh, we were sitting not too long, maybe an hour and a half or so. And I just feel something looking at me, and I turn around. There's a doe looking at me, and I have the weapon that I borrowed from my uncle, and I got her in my sights, and I just freeze, and I don't take the shot, and she takes off. And I don't even think Grandpa, I know he didn't. I never told him that I saw her, because I was embarrassed. I was like, man, I just crapped the bed.
Hmm.
So I was so mad at myself. And maybe 15 minutes later, Grandpa says, "Hey, Ads," and I turn around, and there's another deer. And this time I didn't crap the bed, and I shot her once. It was actually it was a yearling male. We call him a nubber. And yeah, you're right. It's a great rite of passage, and that's the thing too. It's also a utilitarian thing. There's a lot of car accidents that are caused by deers in Wisconsin. So, and people die from those, and they do breed pretty quickly. So it's really, as LD was saying, it helps maintain harmony between us and the deer population here, because we have by far the biggest deer population in the United States. I think Connecticut is second to us. And that kind of is connected to Lyme's disease in Plum Island, but that's another story.
Indeed. Yeah, definitely familiar with Lyme disease growing up on the eastern shore of Maryland, and the deer. They're kind of pests. And from what I
They
understand,
can be,
they were
for
imported.
sure.
So they weren't natural to the environment, and then they didn't have any natural predators. So yeah, they just multiply, and it's good to thin out that population for sure. And
Yes,
it's
yeah,
good eating.
for sure. And I gotta say, backstrap is, the morning you shot the deer, there's nothing better.
Mm.
And the other thing I want to mention too is a deer like this I've never seen alive. Right, like this. I've
Yeah.
seen one buck while hunting. For those that are curious, they're very elusive for whatever reason. It's almost like they've evolved to know that they're more desired. With the exception of the rut, when they got does on their mind, they just go nuts, and they don't eat for days, and they're just chasing does all over the place. Um, though that's the best time to find a buck, and there's an even bigger buck over in that corner, which I can't show you, unfortunately, at this time. But yeah, my there's a couple guys in my family. One guy in particular, he's master hunter. He moves so much more quick than I do, and quieter in the woods. It's very impressive.
That's great. Great experience. There's something else I want to touch on, um, and then maybe shift the conversation. But you're
Yeah.
talking about being calm. Yeah, I mean that the situation you encountered, you felt fairly well prepared. You felt the fear, but it seems that my sense of you is you have a very stoic mindset, and I've been contemplating this recently. Stoicism, and being able to separate your physical body from the mind through meditation, or enduring pain, whether that's extreme cold, or heat, or exertion, heavy lifting, or um, pushing the body, as you said, finding your limits while you're still young. So it just seems maybe no, it just seems like you have a stoic mindset, and that kind of approach in your goings on, and the stuff that you do, and you have a lot of courage. I respect your willingness to be out there, and to go to some interesting places.
Thanks, LD. I appreciate that compliment. I I I think I do. It's actually probably my most well-worn book. It's the Penguin Books version of Marcus Aurelius's Meditations. It's actually quite worn out, and I was just trying to think where it is. I actually don't know where it is right now.
Hmm.
It might be at my mother's house, but either way, yeah, I do find a lot of wisdom and stoicism, and Emperor Marcus Aurelius, who's the last of the quote unquote five good emperors. And for someone who was the most powerful man in the world, he was someone who checked his power in many ways. He made it a point not to abuse his slaves, which is something he could have easily done, particularly the women, obviously. And another kind of tenet of that is to be very tolerant with other people, but strict with yourself. So it's fine to be strict with yourself, but it's not fine to extend that to other people, because it's not really fair to those other people. And it's hard to do. It's very hard to do. There's, I think, certain personalities and people who have certain upbringings that make it easier to adapt to that philosophy. But particularly when I was going through a period where religion was not of any interest to me, and this is someone who was brought up Christian, I found a lot of peace in that philosophy. Stoicism. And there's other good guys too, like Seneca, I think is one of the mainstays there in Stoicism. But the interesting thing about Aurelius was he put it into practice as the most powerful man in the world at the time, and the emperor, right, of the Roman Empire. So, really interesting story with Marcus Aurelius and Stoicism. So I recommend people check it out and just give it a try and juggle those ideas if you've never encountered them before.
Most definitely. Yeah, I've got a copy of the Marcus Aurelius Meditations down in California. I think I'm going to get hold of my books along with my wife soon. So, so I actually wanted to tie something back to something I brought up last week. If you don't mind me playing a little clip from this show you did with Peter and George, Fear and Loathing in Brazil.
Of course.
There was a question about the Moscow murders, and I know you've been busy. I don't know how much it's been on your radar, but I thought this conversation was interesting, and what Peter had to say was right. That's where my mind has been with this thing. So let me bring that up.
Yeah, let's do it.
And try to make this all make sense.
Somebody says, does George have any insights into the recent murders of college students in Moscow, Idaho, brutal knife murders? The first thing I thought when I saw that, and they didn't know who did it, and they still don't know who did it, was Michael Hoffman's book, Psychological Warfare, Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare. If you haven't read that book, it's really good, because that's a psychodrama. That's the kind of crime that covers an entire nation with fear. And it's a terrible, terrible event. And the fact that they can't figure out who did it, and I guess they were all roommates, and they were all knifed to death.
Like, I can't remember the county, but there's a county in California right now, and the police department said they think they have a serial killer on their hands. All suspects were killed in the same way. They're all male. They're all alone, and they're all ambushed at night, in the middle of the night. And it's like one particular area. I'm sure if somebody looks it up, it actually broke around the time that the Delphi murders arrest broke.
Right. And so when I read things like that, after, again, maybe my thinking is colored from reading Michael Hoffman's book, but there was a period of time, you're too young to remember this, Addy, but George and I remember, there was a period of time for about 10 years when every week there was another serial killer in the news, right? It was like a big thing. And then they stopped, right? Then there were no more serial killers. It's like they stopped making serial killers, and then you started school shooters.
Exactly.
Columbine happened.
Exactly.
And then you had all of these, and there's books written on it called Copycat, which try to use some kind of psychological rationalization. But if these things are programs, like, you got to wonder. That's all.
Yeah, I think these things on terror, typically respond, right near elections. They move crime, let's say, from being the fourth place item that people care about to the first place item, because it's so visceral right before an election. They do the Nancy Grace wall to wall thing. The University of Idaho strikes deep because it's a bunch of kids that are at college. So the college kids, I mean, it's viral on the college campuses all over America, but it's also like parents who have the kids at college are also concerned because that's, you know, you're totally cut off from your kids. So I think these are psychological things, and crime swung way up in terms of right at the end of the election, the last 2 weeks, and which tends to favor, you know, law and order, you know, type
the security state.
Yeah, type candidates. Yeah. And that's what I think, you know, we did a show a while back that Peter had to take down off of YouTube, but we call it Kissinger Hegelmania, which is it's
still available on Rumble.
Yeah, everybody should go watch it on Rumble, because what we said was there's going to be, and again, disclaimer, you're going to have a Koch brothers here who are, there you go, high octane speculation. There you go. Is it
I'll take
females? Females or males?
Three females and a male. They were all roommates, and there were two other roommates that I guess they weren't there and they didn't die. But like, here's the thing: like, how do you kill 4 people with a knife?
You're very, very skilled at killing people. I wanted to say, when I said males, I was referring to the California serial killer. Right. The police have said they think it's a serial killer in California. As far as I can tell in this story, I'm going to defer to you guys. It seems like police are not saying a whole lot in Idaho.
Again, if you have a force coming in from another country, let's say Pakistan or let's say whatever, and you're housing them in a training facility that teaches these killing techniques, there is an initiation at graduation, and there was at this INSA. Where, you know, just like everybody has their graduation, they had one too. And a lot of times the bike gang that I studied out in Long Island serial killer, there's a killing at the end. And you're all in blood now in this blood network. And any blood in, blood out. If you want to leave the gang after you've all spun the bottle and raped the girl, and now one of the members has killed the girl, you're not going to go tell CNN. You're going to die. And so we have to look at some of these things and say, are these initiations rights? Because they're so outrageous. Who would
and that goes.
We have to get more people to be like, this is absolutely unacceptable. Like the fact that the law enforcement can just not explain these things. And George mentioned the list killer, which I want to open up my own investigation into. All
right, tell me about the list killer, and I've got some other questions about that.
It's also called the Gilgo Beach murders. It was a span of 20 years. Since you showed George and Peter there, George thinks there's more than one killer. I don't know enough to make an opinion or have a contention on that, but they were all prostitutes, and there was one male. The rest were female. They were also petite ladies, petite prostitutes, so easily overcome physically, right? And another tie-in was the burlap sacks. So there was, you know, a look into what's going on, who's providing burlap sack, why are they using burlap sacks to help dispose of the bodies. And the other thing too is, and as I was actually living in Suffolk earlier this year, on Long Island.
Suffolk County.
Yeah, and it's a very wealthy county. A lot of very powerful people live there, and they have been nothing but suspicious with regards to the list killer. Even more suspicious than what happened with the Delphi murders, which maybe we can get into if you want. But again, I still want to. I haven't officially opened an investigation into it, but I have, just out of interest. I've always been interested in these things. Even in high school, I would stay up late just reading about serial killers because I'm a weirdo like that. But there was this phone call a woman made who later was killed, and it was a very long phone call to police, and it was in a gated community, and she was witnessed by multiple people at the time, and the police basically never came. and then she winds up dead. And there's still no explanation for that. They haven't released the phone call, similar to the Delphi murders, where they don't release the audio. I think it was Abigail, very intelligent, a young girl. She started recording this man because she got, and I think females are a lot more intuitive in that sense because they've evolved that way, being physically weaker than males. She felt something was weird about this man, and she started recording him, and they've released literally like 2.5 seconds from that clip. And I'm willing to bet that she probably got at least a good minute before things went south. And why won't they release that? Even now that they made her arrest, there's literally no excuse for that. So who's telling them to shut up? I don't know. I'm willing to bet it's the Federal Bureau of Investigation, criminal as they are. But back to the list killer, the Long Island, which I don't like that name. I'm gonna come up with a new name eventually if I open an investigation. But they're all in Long Island, and it's still unsolved. So similarly, you got a very sketchy police department who is saying basically nothing about it. The cases are all unsolved. And they also involve victims who are from the lowest socioeconomic classes. They're pretty much all prostitutes. There was one male prostitute. I think he was Asian. The rest were all female prostitutes. And additionally, there was also a chilling and creepy phone call made to the sister of one of the victims. And this guy's he's not dumb. I want to call him a genius, but he's not dumb. He made the phone call in Times Square, the busiest block probably on planet Earth. So have fun trying to figure out who made that call. He probably did it. I don't know what time of the day it was. I can't recall off the top of my dome. I haven't looked at that case probably since the spring. But another unsolved case there. And that's the thing with Delphi too, is it's still unsolved. But this guy, they don't have him dead to rights. They basically just arrested him. I looked him in the eyes. I remember when I went to CBS, and I looked at him and I was like, "Nah, he's too young," because the sketch is much older. And the guy I interacted with, he looked like the sketch, but at the time, usually I put a little more cognitive effort into imprinting. Because there's a difference between seeing and perceiving and then remembering. And you do have to put a bit of effort into, for example, I'm looking at LD's face and I'm imprinting my memory. Okay, that's what LD's face looks like, as opposed to me thinking about what I'm going to say to LD. That's not the same thing. My attention is on something else. And at the time, I was basically fully concerned with persuasion. I was like, I got to persuade this guy not to call the police. Because if he calls the police, I'm in big trouble. And for more than one reason, which I could probably explain off air. But I succeeded. He didn't call the police, which I thought was interesting too. It's, why didn't he call the police? You think he would. He also had a very large female Rottweiler. I can't remember her name, but she did not like me. But that's the other thing too, is they put all this attention going to Delphi on Ron Logan, who died last year, and this guy is completely innocent. And the man who owns the land that they were probably killed on, nobody knows his name. And why is that? I find that very suspicious, because once you go across the Monon High Bridge, you go down the path, you're on somebody else's land. So you're kind of supposed to stop at the bridge. But yeah, Lisk and Delphi, I see a lot of parallels between those two cases.
Yeah, I wasn't too familiar with either of those. And the Moscow murders caught my attention because it's very close to where I'm staying these days. And I also got curious about that town. And Moscow seems to be a very blue city in a very red state there in Idaho. So it's already sort of a battleground for kind of the cultural civil war, I guess you could say, or a certain level of that. And so yeah, I was independently kind of thinking that along the lines of what Peter was saying in that clip, and what George is saying. I've read Dave McGowan's Program to Kill, and also the book about the Phoenix Program by Douglas Valentine.
Oh yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it is. I was feeling cautious, but having a feeling about this, that we could be seeing a resurgence of the serial killer phenomenon, because maybe the school shooter thing is played out, or it's just, maybe they just have to mix it up, sprinkle things, keep things spicy. But I speculate that we're going to see more of that kind of thing in rural areas, especially in this part of the world. Yeah, I'm speculating, but I suspect that if the powers that be, if they wanted to push, some kind of crackdown or the illusion of a hot civil war sparking off, that it's going to happen in this part of the world, or this part of the country, where there's a lot of people that know how to use weapons, and they want to be left alone, and they're going to get pushed towards conflict that they don't really want. And I may be all
the
over
point
the
of
place,
no
but
return.
yeah. Because I already believe we're well in a civil war, but it's different than people think. I mean, you hear
Psychological war.
Yeah, fifth generation. It's a lot of it's online. It's the information. You're stepping onto the battleground when you get on social media, and not many people are aware. And it's one reason I'm working on developing a show with a friend where we want to look at the grammar of psychological warfare and understand the terminology that's used and how everything is kind of labeled and categorized, and how do we start to recognize what's going on in the online sphere with that. So yeah, I thought I'd bring that up. I'll have to go look more at the Delphi and Long Island murders.
Yeah, I gotta say they're gonna have quite a bit of trouble with the Midwest and the South, because pretty much everyone carries a weapon,
Right?
And not to mention they know their land like the back of their hand, right? And they also know their neighbors. And if somebody shows up and they don't know who they are, people stare at you, and they're like, "Who is this guy?" Right?
Yeah.
So, as Prather said, the major, he says, once the metrosexual coasts, my
He
good
wouldn't
friend in
address
New York.
who they are. Sorry.
Oh, wait, who wouldn't address that? Tim or?
Yeah, Tim didn't want to talk about that. And Ye was like, all right, I'm out of here.
I have to talk to you off camera, Mr. LD. It's similar to it's related to what I mentioned before we went on air. But I'm not surprised whatsoever. Anyone who has an emotional need to feel like they're the smartest man in the room, is not someone I personally want to hang around.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I seek out people with more experience and wisdom than myself. You also have to wonder about anybody who's still on YouTube at this point. A little bit suspicious.
Yeah. Anyway, you were saying something about your friend in New York.
Oh yeah, she just let me know. She's like, "Hey, did you see Ye and who else? Milo and one other dude was on
Nick
on
Fuentes.
Yeah, what's up with that? I mean, come on. Why do we care what a 20-year-old has to say? And that's something else with Ryan told me about, which I don't think he'll care, because Ryan's Ryan. I'm talking about Ryan Dawson. Yeah. He's like, where did this guy come from? Where did this 19-year-old pop out of nowhere come from? And why is he hanging out with Kanye West? Did he buy graduation? Did his mom buy graduation for him in the 7th grade? I doubt it. Why? Because he was probably like, what's that? He's 7. He was like, he's like 5 years old when graduation came out. No way his mom brought him graduation. And somebody stole that map out of my album. and I've always been sore about that. But I mean, all of those people except for Kanye, I'm a little bit ambivalent about, shall we say. And I don't really care that I say this publicly because they're never going to talk to me. I know they aren't. But Kanye might, and I love Kanye, and it's amazing Kanye's journey. It's almost like he's been reborn. It's like the resurrection of Kanye West. That had to have been the best podcast maybe ever, that one he did. I mean, to the point where you have Google deleting it off people's Google Drives. It's amazing. What Kanye's journey, he was so dark like a few years ago. I gave up on him, and he just blew my mind. He blew me away.
Yeah. I have a hard time criticizing him and, want to be nice. See, I have some perspective on how that conversation at Timcast could have gone tonight, because I know that Mr. Rudowski is in possession of a nice artifact that Rich often reads from on the show. A Casual View of America, edited by Sigmund Diamond, The Home Letters of Solomon de Rothschild, 1859 to 1861, in which, these are the letters home from a young 20-something Rothschild to the family, and he's traveling around the South and to the North. And, they're kind of backing both sides as tensions are rising prior to the Civil War. But
that's amazing. That's an amazing piece of literature.
Yes.
Wow.
So, Luke Rudowski, please read this book. I mean,
I would enter a boxing match for the right to own this book. I don't want to box you, Mr. Grove. I don't want to.
No, he would. See, yeah, that's a. So yeah, Rich gave Luke a copy, and I hope Luke's cracked it open, but I don't know that he
Another
has.
person who probably will never talk to me. Why aren't these people talking to the independent folks? That's what I want to know. It's like once you reach a certain level, they capture you. And I don't care, okay?
Yeah.
Lucas, your prime was a long time ago. Let's be very props and giving him a voice. It's suspect, it's suspicious, and as time goes on, it becomes treasonous. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. So I put that out there. I think listeners of Grand Theft World will appreciate how that whole situation could have been a different conversation had Luke Rudowski brought that artifact to Tim Pool's attention a while back and said, well, here's something solid to talk about that's not wild accusations or whatever. I'm just pointing out.
Yeah.
It could have been a
Primary
different
source,
conversation.
right?
Primary sources. I mean,
I
can see when somebody's so busy running a big organization and trying to do daily news stuff that they don't stop. And
as George says, sitting in their grandmother's basement, which is something I haven't done over the past 2 weeks. If you hadn't noticed, how many people can say they got into their first bar fight with the Central Intelligence Agency? Not many.
That's great.
That's great. That's actually why I avoid bars, generally speaking. I try to avoid bars.
Yeah. Hopefully we can hit one up sometime together, and I think we'll probably be all right together.
Yeah.
The two of us.
Yeah, definitely, LD. I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
We can talk off camera, but I will be back in Cali at some point, probably in the next couple of months. So.
Yeah. Oh shoot. Anyway, we got off on a tangent on that.
We start talking about the Rothschilds and this American Civil War, which is a fun topic, I got to say.
Keep touching the rail or stop touching the rail. What is it? No.
Yeah. Right.
I guess to just to tie up my thought about these, if the serial killer phenomenon is back, I found this interesting article a while back from this summer, but I just found it a few weeks ago. There's going to be a war in Montana, and it's on a Substack called The Carousel, and it was describing the atmosphere in Bozeman. Bozeman, Big Sky, and Three Forks area. And there's a palpable tension, and things have changed. It's got a different feel to it, according to the writer. That restaurants serve rubbery brisket. They're kind of serving an approximation of Montana food served by people that come from around the country that are hired via websites, for cheap, and they're not that competent or interested in what they're doing. And it's kind of overrun with people that have decided they feel like roughing it. So instead of 3 nights out of the year, they're spending long periods of time in Bozeman and on big estates, and they got to have Starbucks and Lululemon stores and all this. And the people next door who now can't afford, or like they've been undercut for the labor, serving, in a lot of cases, serving these people. There's Three Forks has a bunch of Trump flags and trailer parks and kind of resentment towards the neighbors. So I think it's an interesting piece of context, and we'll see. I suspect like the aim is not actual pushing civil war, but looking for opportunity where you can spark something that then on the national stage, national media can be portrayed as, an uprising of,
for sure,
militants.
And let me bring it back to what happened in Brazil. That is exactly what Dominic was trying to do. He was trying to get me to swing at him. And I didn't. And I said this before, if they were unarmed, me and Big Tex would have tuned those dudes up easily. That's how confident in our physical capabilities, but we didn't know that. And we, rightfully so, we maintained control of our emotions. He did his job, and then he stopped. And that's what they want. They want us to shoot first, because then they could say, oh, look at those Confederates, right? Look at those Confederates over there. They're trying to take down the Union. And now we can slaughter them all. And that's what they want.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you said it. So, well, what do you have going on next? What's coming up? Oh, you mentioned Georgia. You're headed back down to Georgia?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'll be there covering the Senate runoff. So I'm going to have to leave the high north at least within the next week or so, and see what Mr. Walker and Mr. Warnock are up to. And that being said, I would love to be in Arizona right now, because that's where stuff is happening. And that to me is even more blatant than 2020. I mean, Kerry Lake is so popular, and Kitty Hobbs is so not. It's so arrogant what they're trying to do. They think we're so stupid. I actually interviewed Kerry Lake this spring. I was doing the primary coverage of Georgia, and she was easily my favorite interview. She gave me 18 and a half minutes, answered every single question. And the one question I didn't ask her, which I want to, is how she's going to deal with the cartels, because these groups do not have a sense of humor. And to me, they're scarier than ISIS, because they will kill you because you disrespected them, because you said something that they didn't like. They will hunt you down to make a point. I'm not sure ISIS does that. They're more so, Joker chaos a little bit. And I don't want to go too deep into the Western backing and all that, but I think it's a Mexican culture thing. It's like respect. It's very machismo. And let me give an example. There's a YouTuber, I think he was 18 or 19, and he was talking S about El Mencho. He was dead within a week. And that's what they're dealing with in Mexico. It's a hydra. You cut off one head and two grow back. And I think Mencho's actually fled the country. But yeah, the most dangerous country to do journalism in is Mexico. And another thing too, which is almost completely ignored by the media, is that war, the Mexican drug war, rivals or exceeds the death count of the Middle East over the past 15 years, and nobody talks about it. And it's not but a few miles to our south, our neighbors to our south. And they're in constant war every day, every single day. People are getting killed, hung, tortured. I guess it's hanged. Pardon me. I'm the words guy. I should know that. Hanged and worse, which I won't gross people out with. And that's the thing too, is like you can find videos of this stuff, but I would recommend people don't, because it will psychologically damage you forever to see that sort of evil, right? And El Mayo is he's the last man standing, really. He's a master of politics, power politics. He's been working with the CIA almost twice as long as I've been alive.
I was just going to say, what's the common or shared friend of the cartels and ISIS?
For sure. They got El Mayo has a stretch of land, and he lets the CIA do whatever they want with that. And it's kind of like two large Kodiak grizzly bears in the woods, and they're like, you don't encroach my territory, and I won't encroach yours, right? And El Chapo, his biggest downfall was his ego. El Mayo let him have all the spotlight because he knew what was going to happen. And it happened, right? And they made an example out of him, as they did with several other drug lords. But yeah, it's it's very sad what they're trying to do. It honestly, it not only seems like, but I think that they're trying to get brown people and black people to kill each other every day. That's what it seems like.
Yeah. Have you checked out, I wonder if Rich sent links to interviews with Hector Barrez. We just had him on the show a couple weeks ago.
Oh, that's amazing. That's awesome. You know what? My buddy in Georgia, who I'm actually talking to tomorrow, he's in Macon, Chuck Ocelli. He knows Castillo, I think his name is, and he's been wanting to hook me up with him for a bit. But I haven't checked it out. I got to say, ever since I started producing more and more full time, I just haven't been able to take a look at all the guys I love. In terms of, but I have a car now.
I know how it goes.
I have a car now, so when I'm driving, I put on, some long form podcasts. So that gives me a time, and I'm going to be driving back down south, as I mentioned, within the week. So I'll put on Mr. Grove, and I'll listen to that one. I'm going to turn off my camera for 1 second here.
Sure, no problem. If people haven't checked out this interview, let's bring it back up with Hector Barrez, DEA whistleblower. There's a great documentary on Amazon still called The Last Narc, and the story was kind of stolen, repurposed by Netflix and turned into Narcos Mexico, where they, made the cartels the bad guys and left out the part about intelligence agencies. And then I have yet to publish. We had an interview with John Massaria, who co-wrote the screenplay for that Netflix, it seems, turned into Narcos Mexico. John Massaria, we had him on last week on the show, and I'll be getting that interview published by itself here soon this week, getting caught up after the Thanksgiving week.
Wow, that's excellent. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. I got to say, I think El Chapo, Netflix's version of El Chapo was very good. A good theme song, mostly historically accurate. And I thought their depiction of Chapo was better as well. But Narcos, I still have to finish. I haven't finished that one.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. I'll have to look for the El Chapo thing. I don't watch much TV at all these days. I have been watching Yellowstone. I'm a fan of that show.
What's that about?
It is about a rancher family in Montana, like 5th generation, trying to preserve their land, and their kind of conflict with the local tribe, and then basically Mr. Global, Catherine Austin Fitts, selected as a film of the year for her publication Solari Report a couple years ago, and I think for the depiction of how private equity comes in and tries to scoop up a bunch of land for development, and it's that battle between liberty-minded, freedom-loving people, or people that have worked the land, they work with the land, and they're trying to preserve an older way of life, and it's butting up against endless capital and endless,
resources,
human resources too, people that can be sent in as operatives to just
for sure
ruin people by any means.
And I have an anecdote about that. I met a patriot, Wisconsin-bound native. He's a fellow Wisconsinite, and he told me his family, they had land where Fort McCoy is right now. I think it was his great-grandfather, and he wasn't the only one. There's multiple people. And the military, they said, you have 20 days. You get off this land. You're going to take this small amount of money. And now Fort McCoy's there. And funny about Fort McCoy, too, there's 2 bases that the Afghan refugees were sent to in the United States initially. One was Fort Bliss in Texas, and the other was Fort McCoy in Toma, Wisconsin. Very interesting. Yeah, that's what are you going to do? Say no to the military?
Yeah.
They come and say, hey, you're going to give us your land now. And they call it plata o plomo in Mexico. You take my silver or you take my lead. And they do that with votes too. They go to the poor people and they say, give me your ballot and you're going to take a couple pesos. And if you don't, well, we're going to burn your entire family in front of you. That's basically the message.
I had ancestors on my mother's side in Georgia that I'd like to dig into more now that I'm thinking about it in this context of this conversation. But my understanding was they sold the land to the Confederacy, which became Andersonville Prison. But now I wonder,
notorious torture prison during the Civil War. Really bad. I think that's actually where Lincoln went in this. It's called the sweat box. He lasted like 60 seconds. He wanted to do it just for the experience. Yeah, really, really nasty stuff happened there.
Yeah, indeed. Kind of horrific, as you said, like I don't know if you said concentration camp, but kind of along that line.
Basically was.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure was. Yeah, definitely.
So I wonder how that transaction went down, whether that was kind of a forced transaction for that land or not, or anyway, that's something for me to look into another time.
Yeah, it probably was, but yeah, that'd be interesting to look into. That was it. Where is that again? And that's in the Carolinas, you said?
In Georgia, Andersonville,
it's in
Georgia.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're welcome to hang out as long as you'd like, but I wanna let you plug whatever you'd like to plug, and if you need to get going.
Thanks, cool. LD. Yeah, thanks for having me on short notice. I wouldn't have done this if I didn't get into a bar fight with the CIA. Usually I don't hit people up and be like, hey, can I come on your show? I kind of let people come to me in that sense, but this one was special. And I also am using it as a sort of a litmus test to where it's like, you guys, if this is not a story for your show, I'm not really sure what is. And it's also timely too. It's still in the news. Brazil is. So thanks for having me on. I'm on Twitter, Addy Adds. Buy me a coffee, Addy Adds, ADDY, ADDS. We need your help. It is likewise with Mr. Grove and LD. We're independent over here at the Addy Adds headquarters. And I'm on Facebook too. I'm also on Rockfin and Rumble. That's kind of where I post my videos. I need to update my website. I actually haven't looked at it in several months, but my whole book's on there. And if you want to go to my Rockfin or my Rumble, LD, just so people can see that.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a video, which you mentioned. You know my catalog pretty well, I got to say. It was my armed ballot trafficking story, which was my first story that blew up, which Patrick Byrne tweeted out. I checked it recently, and it has like 850,000 views. And but the previous time I checked it, it only had about 450,000. And I think it's because of the midterms we just had. So that's still up there. And yeah, shout out to the folks at Rumble for doing some great work and making it possible for us, and Rockfin as well. And I'm gonna have a regular show on an internet radio host. I can't say the name yet, but I'm having a meeting with the program director tomorrow, so people will be able to find me broadcasting my own show very shortly, at least once a week, but probably more often. So people can look forward to that. And as I mentioned, I'm writing for the National File, nationalfile.com. And that's really the best spot to get the updates on what's going on in Brazil. And likewise with, people like Tim Ray over in Atlanta at the UI Media Network, and Emerald and Brianna over at The Absolute Truth. National File is one of very few outlets who are willing to touch certain topics, such as Brazil, such as the Taihei Institute, such as Jeff Epstein's and Mark Epstein's deeper connections to politicians and businessmen. And a big shout out to my publisher, Noel, who, like Mr. Grove, is fearless, intelligent, and a great man. So I think that's it. I got a Telegram too, so I usually post my updates there. Haven't had any problems with Telegram so far, so Telegram's a great tool.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. I say we could take a quick break. I could talk to you offline and keep the stream rolling.
For sure.
See if I can pull that off.
Yeah, and can you send me this link to LD so I can share it out?
Will do, yeah. I'll send you the link, and here, let me try something here. We'll say goodbye to Addy Adds, and I'll be right back with y'all on the leftover stream. Yeah, this is mixing Jinx and.
Are we still on, LD?
All right, all right, all right. Thank you for holding. I hope you all enjoyed that. That was pretty fun. That was a treat. I guess that's my first interview on this show. So, give me some feedback. But I was interested in Addy's story and wanted it spread as wide as possible, lest he have some follow-up visit. He was not detained when he came back to the States, so grateful he extracted himself with what's the word? Deftly maneuvered that situation. So I hope to talk to him again soon. A lot of respect for him. He's a young guy, wise beyond his years, I think, and a hard worker and courageous. So thanks again for joining me, man. And let's see what we're going to get into from here on out. Still learning how to do this show, I guess. I had the quick one last week. So this show is brought to you by freedomunitedrevolt.com. Got t-shirts. Good t-shirts like this one. This is a funky shirt. Product of a meeting one day. It's on here somewhere. We've got a couple shirts designed by B1, the man himself, who hopefully will join this show one of these days before too long. I had the pleasure of hanging out with him a couple weeks ago. And a lot of the others are designed by my wife, Candace, who's awesome. Can't wait to get her out of California. So, freedomunitedrevolt.com. Got a tab here. This is the blog page, or I might do some writing. I'm thinking of starting a Substack. Everybody's doing it. Oh yeah, and I wanted to mention, I forgot last week, a big thanks to Phil Goodrich for sending me $33. He said, great work on GTW and future show with the truck driver. So thank you, Phil. Really appreciate it. You can look in the show notes, the description for the Odyssey and YouTube page for ways that you can support the show. Let's see. Such as this is the Odyssey stream. I've got Liberty links. Oh, that's something I want to share with him since he got kicked off of Linktree, apparently. Got a Lightning address for Bitcoin and various other cryptocurrencies. I started Subscribestar. I still do have a PayPal, but not for forever. And Venmo. I'm going to get a P.O. box. So yeah, I'm going to get on that. Let's see. Let me get my bearings again. Still learning how to do this show because it's kind of been different every time. So let me know what you like better. But just organize stuff on the screens. And I want to show this. Schrodinger's plates. They're both broken and not broken until you open the door. How about that? I thought that was a good meme from Professor Feynman. And let's see. The other night I was listening to 48 Laws of Power. Started listening to that. And there was a chapter on Otto von Bismarck. And I was reminded of this quotation from Otto von Bismarck: "Wise men learn from the mistakes of others. Only fools learn from their own mistakes." And let's see the context of which. Let's see what I can share here. Had a... Well, I guess I can't say mistakes, because what I've learned is there are no mistakes with firearms. There's only negligence. So, this will make sense in a second. But, yeah, I had a negligent discharge with a 30-06 rifle indoors. And thankfully, with good muzzle discipline, nobody was injured. I need to take care of this, do some repair, but there was a forensic analysis on this rifle. Now, I'll add, I was negligent in handling a rifle indoors, having a round chambered, not unloading the weapon before I brought it into the room with a couple other people. But it seems that there was a sear, what is it? A chip sear. So this piece that grabs a hold of where the trigger would let this thing go, there was a chip. And so it seems like there was, beyond a reasonable doubt, of some mechanical failure. But that was a lesson. Let's just say I had to learn that lesson. Thankfully, nobody got hurt. But I will be continuing to try to learn from other people's lessons rather than learn them the hard way on my own. Let's see.
Hi, I'm DJ Pie.
I wanted to share a pretty amazing picture from Thanksgiving. Just some of the scenery. Thanksgiving afternoon up here in beautiful Northeast Washington. It was pretty amazing. It is often very amazing. We just had some more snow. And I got to, show Candace around here. And we're making plans for her to get herself up here and out of the grind in California. Let's see. I tried to show you guys this coin last week, and I got the image from a friend. This is what the coin looks like that I have. This Free State, Wyoming Buffalo coin, which I'm keeping in a little sleeve to keep it in pretty mint condition. But it's one out of 1,200 coins, or 1,100 made. So very honored to have received that bad boy. And yes, the wife was very upset with a 30-06 going off near her inside. Rightly so. Rightly so. Yeah, my ears were ringing too as the concrete dust settled. Not fun. All right, so not to jump around too much, but I did touch on this with Addy. I'm interested to see how it plays out with This Moscow murder, the Moscow murders. But this was Jack Posobiec back a few days ago. Well, 10 days ago now. Let's see what he has to say.
This story, a murder mystery in the Pacific Northwest. I think everyone's actually talking about this story. It's not a political story. This is not something that, falls into one of those categories of liberal, conservative that we like to talk about and we often get into here. But what it is, it's a story about where we are as a country. It's a story about how did we get to the point, whether it's through, mental health, drugs, overwatching of true crime and murder mystery and serial killer shows, that we got to a point where the serial killers are back. The latest that I've seen from this in the New York Post states that the police are now seeking a Rambo-style knife in the investigation of the Idaho student murders. Autopsy was completed this morning. Bodies are in the process of being returned to the families. But the fact of the matter is, this police department initially said that there was no threat to the public. Now they've done a complete 180. And so they must have come up with some kind of evidence, something in their investigation that changed the way they viewed this entire thing. And the public outcry has gone national at this point. And so let's dig into it just a little bit. For anyone who hasn't seen or heard of the story yet, this is a mass murder of 4 young students, 20 to 21, University of Idaho, took place in Moscow, Idaho, right on the border with Washington State. The autopsies were actually done in Spokane County. 4 students discovered on a Sunday morning, stabbed, and had bled to death. The scene was described as one of the most horrific things and gory things that the police had ever seen. 2 other students were in the house. It was kind of a shared house that they all had. They didn't discover what happened until they woke up. Now, could be a lot of reasons for that. But what we do know is that the last time the girls or any of these 4 were seen on camera, they were seen around 1:43 a.m. to 1:53 a.m. Madison and Kaylee were ordering food from Grub Trucker's food truck outside the Garden Lounge on Main Street. That's right in downtown Moscow. Then, possibly just an hour later, based on what investigators have been able to find from the bodies, they believe that they were killed between 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. at this off-campus apartment. And because they said they believe there were no forced entry, the question is, did someone enter that place with them, perhaps willingly, with the intention to do that? And when you're here talking about things like a Rambo blade, right? Obviously, there's questions that need to be asked. There is, by the way, in these videos that have come out from the trucker. So there was again, this is the world we live in now. And I talked about this during the Kyle Rittenhouse case, that we live in a world of mass surveillance. It's not the mass surveillance necessarily of just Big Brother. It's the mass surveillance of every single individual in our country on everyone else, because they were ordering food. Well, guess what? That food truck happened to have a Twitch live stream going as they were ordering food. And they were able to go through the live stream footage and find them on that tape talking to an unidentified man who was there. Now, if this police department's worth any good, and this isn't a big town, by the way, it's like 24,000 people, including the students, that hopefully that individual has been identified immediately. Hopefully they had him in Monday morning.
Yeah,
but
I think so.
They're still on the lookout for the killer here. And one of the reports that came in is that a couple of months before, and this could be related, maybe not related, was that a knife threat had been issued at the University of Idaho back in September when an individual, also known as a vandal alert, had threatened a walking group of students on the grounds with what they were told was a large knife. This was in the steam plant parking lot, lot number 14 in the Student Recreation Center on Paradise Path.
All right. So, sorry, that was probably longer than it needed to be. My point is like, okay, Jack Posobiec's talking about maybe serial killers are back. Oh, you think? He's whatever. I don't know too much about him, but how could you be former naval intelligence? Is that really a thing? Former. Anyway, it ties back to what I was kind of alluding to with, or talking about with Addy and speculating about a bit. And you heard George Webb and Peter Duke talking about that. I feel like this borders on, well, I see the true crime people that are looking at it, and they're looking at all the details, and to me, with the context of some of the things that I've taken in, like the books I mentioned, Program to Kill, the Phoenix Program book by Valentine, and the Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare book that Peter Duke mentioned, that you can find on his website, linked through there, through the Duke Report, right here. Michael A. Hoffman, who actually happens to live in that part of the world. These perhaps is just a distraction. Obviously, there's so much to focus on in the Grand Theft world as we know it. But I think the purpose is to look at this and to not live in fear. I don't think, if you're listening to this, you probably aren't. But to help, we want to try and help people not get caught up and fearful of boogeymans, and it just seems clear that this is going to take a long time. It's going to be a mystery. I don't know. I have a differing opinion than a friend that I've been corresponding with about this, and I could be wrong, and I'm willing to admit if I'm totally off base, but it's kind of a gut feeling, which, that's not part of the trivium, is it? But for what it's worth, I'm sharing that with you. There is some video from, again, this is old news now, but the forensics team apparently was not the A team. I know there have been reports of there was a dumpster out behind the building that a truck was picking up the day after or in the days following, and reporters called the police, said, "You better come take a look at this." They stopped the truck and went through it. I think I saw that there was some gloves found outside just recently that were apparently overlooked. And what it all amounts to right now, obviously not that much. So I'm not really... It just seems like there's not much there, and the police don't have much to say. Then the FBI BAU comes in, and they have an interesting past connected to the serial killer phenomenon. Obviously, they were the profilers that were came in and were supposed to be so good at catching these people, but I don't know. This is just some B-roll, I guess. All right. I don't know, that footage doesn't doesn't necessarily show any incompetence. And if you're from that town, I'm sorry. I'm talking about your town. I don't know anybody there. I understand people get upset in these situations. So, not meaning to disparage the town or community or anybody in particular, but I'm keeping an eye on it. And all right, so I wanted to play this clip thanks to our good friend Biscotti. Clip from T-Lav a while back now, I'd say. Let's connections between the Azov and Unite the Right from the WT Stead Clips channel. Let's check it out.
Now here are the people that they're working with. And let's not forget that they have a history of doing this literally everywhere. Moderate rebels, the Mujahideen, ISIS themselves, the Al-Qaeda. I mean, it's endless. Any location you want to look at, it's the same point. Anywhere. Venezuela, Bolivia, they're working with the extremists. So here, this is Kiev now, Ukraine. And as they say, Nazism is alive and well. Now, just the point is, you can see that the main points of the Wolf's Angel flag, which they try to pretend isn't what it is. It is. It's absolutely a Nazi symbol, and they've been admitting to that, even though the media tries to pretend it's not. And they're basically just having a chant and standing there with their torches. Real torches, by the way, like actual torches. I'll make a point about the tiki torch joke in a minute. But somebody chimes in, when you post this image, which is definitely what you think it is. And they go, so if somebody, say, posts a similar video from, say, America, what would that say about America? Well, that might be perceived as an insightful point if you didn't understand that the picture that he's discussing, these pictures from the Rise Above movement march in Charlottesville, 2017, which is the only place you're really going to find this, that was the Rise Above movement, the Unite the Right rally, right? That group is the arm of the international U.S. arm of the Azov movement, of these people. Which, by the way, if you haven't seen the work in the past, I'll point these out in a minute, this one and this one, the history and the information. It's right. The Azov movement, which was once the Azov Battalion, is overtaken the entire government. This is easy to prove. If you don't know that and you're only listening to what the media tells you, there's provable documentation. Just look at it. They themselves will tell you this, that they have people that, you could read these articles I'll point out in a minute. It's everywhere. And this is happening before the invasion starts, where they go, these people are controlling the government. They control the police force. They control the media. It's everything. It's across the board. And that's just the Azov movement, because that's the leading force, but there's also Svoboda. There is the Right Sector. All these groups are outwardly open neo-Nazi entities. It's rife. It's everywhere. So the point is, if he's going to say, well, what happens if it's posted in America? Well, that's what they want people to think. One, that this is not unique. And in fact, it's probably the right neo-Nazi white supremacist group in this country that's influenced what's happening in Ukraine, or however they want to frame it. Really, it came down to trying to pretend it was Russia doing this in a very clumsy patchwork effort that is not tied to really any facts other than a very few amount of people that even then you could tie back to this movement and back to the CIA. But regardless, including the guy that really literally runs what's called the base, which is how you translate Al-Qaeda into English. Al-Qaeda means the base, and he runs a group now in Russia called the base, and he used to work for the State Department and groups in the government in the United States. And that's a white supremacy group. Like, I don't buy it for a second. I've gone deep into that in the past. But this is provable. Now, let me show you why. Now, first of all, recognize that this is what that guy has in his mind. This is the real problem, right? These people, as you've all seen these images, again, with their tiki torches, which is hilarious, right? So they go to Walmart and buy tiki torches instead of making them like the Azov movement. It's just kind of, it's all fake. It's patchwork. This is an illusion. It's theater, right? In my opinion. And that doesn't mean that these people there don't believe what they're doing. That's important. That's an important differentiation. Most of these movements these days are mostly organic. They get bad people to follow, but at the end of the day, I shouldn't say, I don't know if it's mostly, but in a large, it can be a lot of organic people that follow the movement because they're like with the overseas foreign policy. There are actual extremists that think that they're doing what they think they're doing, but it's been proven that people at the top don't buy that. Saudi Arabia has admitted to that. It's largely non-religious from the people that are guiding what they're doing, because we know why today. Watch Al-Qaeda documentaries from James Corbett. But the point is, a lot of these people could actually be white supremacist extremists, but we can prove that this was tied to the CIA. Now, here, by the way, is a tweet. And this is why I'm so glad that people archive most of what we're doing, tweets and everything else, because this was this isn't even my original account. This isn't TLAV. This is the Doodlebug account, but it's all gone. It's all censored. But thank God somebody saved it because I was able to pull it back up. Now, here was the thread. This is the tweet I was looking for, but this thread's all there. It says, there it is. Even though this narrative was destroyed before it even got off the ground, they're still pushing it. So the good guy extremists in Ukraine are apparently okay, but the bad guy Putin might try to grow the same in the United States. Threat to democracy, right? It's just hypocrisy. The point was, this is the tweet that I had shared. Somebody saved it, thank God, and I reposted it on my new account today. Share it out. Here's what it says, in case you missed this. Verifiable facts. All the source materials included, both on this one, and the one I posted on Parler. Verifiable facts. U.S. Congress made sure, out of their way, made sure that the Azov Battalion would get U.S. funds and arms in 2016. Fact. As you can see here, Congress has removed a ban on funding neo-Nazis from its spending bill. Okay. But in 2018, they then stopped that. But then again, quietly removed it. And I've proven this on the show many times. So right this moment, there's documentation, which I've shown before. I believe it's in this link right here, that shows you that they then quietly removed that. So it's illegal for them to arm specifically the Azov Battalion, even though the media right now acts like they're being misunderstood. So why does that make sense then? But then the real point is they don't care and they're funding them anyway. It's even in there that they're not allowed in any way. They can't fund the government, which then funds them, but they're doing it anyway. So we're pretending these people are about law and order and, you know, the rules-based international order when they're not even following their own legislation, their own laws. It's just really stupid. So the Congress made sure they would be funded at a time when the media was writing about them as the dangerous Nazi, neo-Nazi villain. That's what they were talking about. It's all right here. You can read through most of this. Now, on top of that, the CIA has trained these groups, the Azov movement specifically, since 2015. Well, and that's the point I'm making for this article. You can prove it because they write it in their own documentation. But really, as I pointed out here, documents from the CIA prove that they've been cultivating fascism in Ukraine since at least 1948 when they were the OSS. In 53 became the CIA. That's provable. It's all the documentation's all in here. It's called Operation Aerodynamic. Please read through this for yourself. It's openly discussed. Building fascism to stop the Soviet Union. The point is they opened groups in New York City and in Ukraine. They actually grabbed an actual Nazi war criminal from prison in Poland or about to be put to death in Poland. And his name's Mykola Lebed. It's all right here in the documentation. And they made him the leader and they grew into what we see today. It's all very easy to put together. So the point is 2015 is because you can see the documentation here. 1948 is when they really began building this. But I think 2015 is where they picked it back up again in the context of Russia today. Now, on top of that, the FBI verified that the Azov Battalion is neo-Nazi and is immersed with the Ukraine government. The very thing they're pretending isn't true, and that the people in Charlottesville are in fact their U.S. faction. Now here, I'll just show, so in case you don't have to look at the images. Here's the actual links. Here's the Newsweek article. Ukraine's war drives U.S. far right to fight Russia. I mean, my God, it's just ridiculous. Here is this is the court document this is the one I'll show you right here. Oh, wait, sorry. It's the Wayback Machine version. So it's saying, again, the main points in this is that they know that the Azov Battalion is a paramilitary unit of the Ukrainian National Guard, which is known for its association with neo-Nazi ideology and the use of Nazi symbolism, and which is believed to have participated in training and radicalizing United States-based white supremacy organizations, right? And you can see in this document, oh, sorry, I can just show you the headline. You can see it over here. This is this one. Newsweek. Very clearly, via the Azov's political wing, the National Core Party, described by researchers as neo-Nazis, the movement has gone international. America's rise above movement. There's no misunderstanding this, right? It's just people just don't want to see the connection, right? So the Azov movement has an international arm of neo-Nazis in this country that's called the Rise Above Movement. Previously, Vanguard America, both of which were at the Charlottesville March. They were part of this. So too was the CIA. So too was the U.S. government. That's what this ultimately is, the vanilla ISIS psyop. Going forward, it says, oh, that was that those in Charlottesville are the U.S. faction. And I linked to this article because it goes over the fact that it's not just that. Shady U.S. funded contractors, both DynCorp and Blackwater, are operating in Ukraine alongside those neo-Nazis. That's been shown from the very beginning. No one talks about that. Now, understand, guys, the only 4 people that got charged with something from what happened to Charlottesville, the only 4 were all members of the Rise Above movement. Prosecutors say the men were members of the Rise Above movement, a militant white supremacist group that trains in fighting techniques. You know where they trained? You know where there's popularized for that point that they're making there? They went to Ukraine and trained the fighting pits. They were all publicly talking about this until they were quietly trying to obfuscate the connections, I think. A federal grand jury has indicted 4 California men on conspiracy and rioting charges in connection with the torch-lit march and a rally of white nationalists. That's crazy, right? So only 4 people are part of the group that is provably connected to the Azov movement, which is provably connected to the CIA. You can't miss this. Why is this not everywhere? I've made this point 15 times. Please help me get this out. Maybe we can put it on Substack and maybe they'll finally get some reach out there and break through. But all these are here, all for you. Oh, and this was the other one that's in there where you can see a Yahoo News report in January described a covert CIA training program for elite Ukrainian special operations. They're referring to the Azov movement and other intelligence personnel that was launched in 2015 by the Obama administration. My God. Now, you know who's speaking in this article? A former CIA member, former in quotes, who's saying this was meant to be an insurgency. That's what the title is of this article. It's meant to be the coming insurgency. Now, how does that make sense? Do you know what an insurgency is? When a group is occupied and is fighting back from within their own country. So the argument was they were planning for Russia to take over Ukraine and then have an internal insurgency like they were trying to pretend is what's happening in Syria. You have to see how clearly they were planning this. It didn't happen because Russia didn't take the bait, just like January 6th people didn't take the bait. Clearly, they expected Russia to just push into Ukraine and take it all over. That's why the day this began, they were reporting that tanks were rolling into Kiev. That never happened. They expected it to happen. It's very clear. And again, just really read this document to understand how far this goes back. It's not deniable. Now, all that being said, right, again, to go back to the point from starting with, the idea that this is what they're doing today, and right now they're trying to demonize the MAGA movement as the biggest threat, even though all of what they're pointing at ties right back to their own operations, all of it. Now, by the way, that doesn't mean that there aren't people on MAGA or anywhere else that have racist ideologies. It just means that the entire patchwork is, they're making this up. They're manufacturing this. Now, this is the secondary point. Remember, we just talked about this. The UN vote. Oh, first of all, what they're saying is, remember that UN vote board that was splashed all over the internet about Russia's annexation of Donbass, right? Guess what they didn't want to promote? The one we just talked about. Recently, there have been 2 votes of importance that nobody wanted to talk about, which was lifting the U.S.-Cuba embargo, again, which literally everybody disagreed with except Israel, the United States, and was it Brazil and Ukraine, I think? I forget. But showing you that nobody agrees with that. Yet when they talk about it on the media, they act like everyone agrees. Cuba bad guy, whatever else, right? Same with everything else I talk about, I argue. But mainly, number 2, stopping Nazi glorification. And there's not some more to that story. Go and find the document, the legislation, read it. It's literally saying we will vote to not allow glorification of Nazism. And the United States, Israel, Ukraine voted against it. Or I believe one of them was an abstention. It might have been Israel, I forget. But regardless, they abstained or voted for it. How in the world do you explain that? Right there. That's how you explain it. And you could also explain it by realizing that what the Israeli government is essentially that in Israel. It's just obvious that they're this overtly supremacist entity that now all of the human rights groups are calling them out for. And I'm talking about the Zionist-led Israeli government and then the people they've influenced over the years. Not all Jewish people. It's just that this is the kind of games they play to stop us from being honest. I'm tired of playing these games. Jumping right over the top of it. Facts are facts. I don't care what it gets framed as because we're right. Because this is easy to prove.
All right. Go check out thelastamericanvagabond.com and the Last American Vagabond Substack. Friend Scott Armstrong, who we might hear from in a little bit, is on there. And big thanks to Biscotti on the WT Stead clip channel there on YouTube. He said he's coming out with some more clips. Good on you, man. just keep doing what you're doing. You're building an on-ramp to something you don't even know about yet. So yeah, just wanted to get that in there. I think last week I shared some articles about a foiled terror attack in Italy that was allegedly some Azov battalion connected folks. Some people said it was Russian disinformation, but that was being reported on by the Gray Zone and Alex Feinberg, I want to say. It was also reported by Sputnik News, so not too familiar with that outlet. But it was not widely reported in the U.S. as far as I could see. So something to keep an eye on. And let's see here. I wanted to share a little bit. Yeah. Well, let's see. I do have another clip regarding that topic that was on the show card last night. Thought I could try this on. It's Jeffrey Sachs actually talking with Russell Brand. Or it's Russell Brand talking about Jeffrey Sachs. So, yeah, I wanted to check this out with you all and see what was said. Big surprise. You might agree with the title, You've Been Lied To.
Stay free with me, Russell Brand. If the accepted mainstream narrative is that this war began on, as I think you said, January the 14th.
February 24th. Absolutely. That day. That's it. You know, no history before it.
So, you're not talking about the 2014 elections, not talking about NATO infringement, not talking about sort of sponsorships and coups that have taken place. Could you give us a bit of insight into an alternative narrative? And could you speak more particularly about the sort of peace deal that potentially could have taken place that Boris Johnson deferred in his sort of talks with Zelensky? Can you give us an alternative narrative?
Absolutely, because there is a real story behind all of this. I happened to be there, actually, 32 years ago, 33 years ago, because I was an economic advisor to the economic team of Gorbachev, actually. And in 1990, Gorbachev wanted to end the Cold War. He wanted to end the Soviet military alliance, the so-called Warsaw Pact alliance. Germany wanted to reunify, or Helmut Kohl wanted to reunify Germany. And they discussed this, and it was very clear. The U.S. and Germany said to Gorbachev, if you dissolve the Warsaw Pact and the Cold War, and Germany reunifies, NATO will not move 1 inch eastward. And that was the basic premise, that we're actually going to get beyond the Cold War. And explicitly, the language is, we're not going to take advantage of your actions. So we're not going to substitute our military power in the places where you pull back. Turned out to be a massive lie. In the mid-1990s, the U.S. started the NATO expansion. Very wise people at that time, and I think the wisest of the era was George Kennan, a great historian, scholar, and diplomat of the time, said this is the beginning of the new Cold War. The warnings went completely unheeded. We got to the early 2000s. By the way, Putin came into power pro-European, absolutely wanting normal relations. George Bush expanded NATO to 7 more countries, to the Black Sea, Romania, Bulgaria, Slovakia, Slovenia, to the 3 Baltic states. All the time Putin was saying, stop. You're right in our neighborhood. We have national security concerns. Then in 2008 at the Bucharest NATO summit, Bush, over the objections of the Europeans, and European leaders talked to me privately at the time, but they don't talk publicly. And that's how Europe works. The US says what it's going to do, and the European leaders may complain, they may squirm, but they don't explain to their own people what's at stake. But what Bush pushed in 2008 was that NATO would now expand to Ukraine and to Georgia. Now, if people take a map out and look at the country Georgia on the east end of the Black Sea, I don't think that's a North Atlantic country. I don't think that's a NATO country, actually. What you see at play there is this neocon idea of surrounding Russia in the Black Sea, Ukraine, Romania, Bulgaria, Turkey, Georgia. And what our strategists have said for decades is that would basically corner Russia, and Putin said it, don't do this in our neighborhood. And actually, there was a NATO-Russia meeting the next day after Bush pushed through this enlargement commitment. And at that NATO-Russia meeting, Putin said to Bush, if you push NATO into Ukraine, we take back Crimea. I tell you that now. This was reported in Kommersant and the Russian press afterwards. Fast forward, Russell, few years. First, there was a pro-Russian president, Viktor Yanukovych, who very wisely said, I don't want Ukraine to be in the middle of a war between these two nuclear superpowers. We stay neutral. We don't want NATO here because I want us not to be in the midst of a war. He was president up until early 2014. He pulled back from signing a partnership agreement with the EU under Russian pressure, saying, don't sign, we have stakes here too. Yanukovych said, we need to delay these negotiations with Europe. Protests broke out. No doubt partly spontaneous, but then the United States went to work, as it does, and turned those spontaneous protests into an open insurrection. Our politicians even went and spoke to the Maidan, as it's called, the space where the protests took place, as if, Chinese politicians, say, came to Trump's rally on January 6, 2021. It's pretty weird. The United States just got way in there and said, go for it. We're with you. We're with you. And we know that the Assistant Secretary of State at the time, Victoria Nuland, was orchestrating what would be the change of government. She was caught on tape. Fuck Europe. Here's how we're going to do it. Here is what the new government's going to look like. It's interesting. She was the Assistant Secretary of State for European and Eurasian Affairs. Today, she is the Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs. In other words, this is a long project. The same people are engaged. Yanukovych fled. There were violence, by the way, absolutely violence in part on the insurrectionist side. There's no doubt about that, according to careful scholarship. The United States immediately recognized the new government, extra-constitutional government. There was regime change. Putin said, you just made a coup against our pro-Russian president. That was Russia's interpretation. Whatever it is, it was complicated, but the U.S. government doesn't explain anything. But I saw, by the way, just kind of by coincidence, because I've been engaged in Ukraine all the way back since 1994. I saw how U.S. NGOs, quote unquote, were directly engaged in financing part of the Maidan episode. So I saw with my own eyes. We were way in there. Okay, from Russia's point of view, that's it. Now there's a pro-U.S. government. The pro-Russian president was overthrown in their interpretation. They followed up, as they said, Putin seized Crimea. The new government said, we're going for NATO. The U.S. started pouring in billions of dollars of armaments between 2014 and 2021. This war has actually been going on for 8 years. It didn't start even as a hot war in February of this year. It started in 2014. And the war has been going on, the arming has been going on, the idea of turning Ukraine into a NATO country has been going on. Then comes Biden in. Now, again, Trump for me was really psychologically unstable. I never felt safe for a day. I thought, okay, Biden, now something reasonable and rational. But he brought the neocons exactly into the core again. Pretty weird. I think he's lost his political base at home for this because the costs and consequences of this are huge. But the essence of it is that in 2021, Putin said to Biden as new president, stop NATO enlargement. This is our backyard. We will not tolerate NATO in Ukraine, a U.S. military alliance on our 1,000 plus kilometer border. No. And I happened to call the White House late in 2021 just saying, please avoid a war. We don't need NATO there. It's no good to have NATO there. It's no good for the United States to have NATO there. We don't have to be on every piece of this board. Like the game of Risk, I often compare it to. They want bases everywhere in the world, these neocons. We already have them in 85 countries. My God, it's more than enough. We should not have wanted to go to NATO. But Putin said, let's negotiate. I said, you know, the terms are pretty reasonable. Let's figure out how to do this. The White House said, no, it's non-negotiable. Putin invades on February 24th. By mid-March, Zelensky is saying, you know, we could have neutrality. We need guarantees. We need security guarantees, but we could have neutrality. Actually, in mid-March, the Ukrainians put forward a number of terms, handed it to the Russians. The Russian negotiators, I know, I had long discussion about this, sent it to Putin. Putin said, yeah, these are grounds on which we can negotiate. Turkey was the intermediary, incredibly skilled diplomats. One day in the second half of March of this year, the Ukrainian spokesman, the Russian spokesman, and the Turkish spokesman said, we're very close to a deal. They all said it. It wasn't propaganda from one side or another. They all agreed. Then Ukraine walked away from the negotiating table. Pretty damn weird, actually. I thought it was a devastating mistake. It's never been explained. It's never been acknowledged. There are lots of stories that make a lot of sense about how Boris Johnson flew there, never accept neutrality, fight on, we arm you. There are stories about the United States at that time telling them, you don't have to accept any of this, because those were the days when Biden came to the NATO meeting and said, this is going to be a long war, and then spoke in Warsaw and said, that man cannot stay in power. And his defense secretary, Lloyd Austin, said just after that, that our aim is to weaken Russia so it can never do this again. In other words, something really went haywire at the moment when negotiations could have been concluded. And now we've been in this for months. It has escalated. At least tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians have died in the midst of this. Russia has recently taken out half of the energy system of Ukraine. They rebuild it, but new missiles come raining down. Biden has talked about that, oh my God, we're on a risk of Armageddon. He's trying to think, he said even out loud, what is Putin's off-ramp? Well, Mr. President, I can tell you what the off-ramp is because it's been explained for 32 years. Please do not expand NATO to Ukraine and Georgia, just like we would not like China and Mexico having a military alliance right now. And when Cuba tried that in the Western Hemisphere back in the early 1960s, the United States invaded with a snap of a finger. Please exercise some prudence. So President Biden's wondering, what's the off-ramp? Well, it's not so complicated, but it is for the neocons because they've had this agenda for decades now. They see it's fine. We're almost there. We're almost there. We almost have Ukraine on our side. That's the big prize. That's the weakening of Russia. That's their view as we take one step of escalation on each side. And it's just absolutely mind-boggling. But to come back to where we started, Russell, it's not explained in the mainstream media at all.
The sort of the hubris of American imperialism and the sort of various marionette agencies and organizations that operate as their proxies, whether it's these NGOs that you listed or NATO itself, starts to paint a picture where, if indeed this is a continuation of narratives that existed since 2014 and even earlier than that with the New American Century Project, that it suggests to me that even the official American government is a type of proxy, that there is an agenda that can be pursued regardless of apparent fluctuation and vicissitude in American political life, American domestic political life. It seems that one agenda is continually being addressed and followed without that narrative ever being divulged or discussed or ever actually being within reach of due democratic process. Watch entire episodes on demand.
All right. So interesting conversation there. I mean, probably nothing earth shattering for our audience. I'll remind, now it would be going back to earlier this year. Unfortunately, I can't offhand tell you which episode it would be from, but the Ukraine on Fire documentary by Oliver Stone from 2016. You can find it at redvoicemedia.com. I think Jason Burmis is doing stuff with them now. Yeah, there's Burmis Live. You can check that out there. That backs up a lot of what Sachs is talking about. It gives more context to the situation and how things played out with the State Department shenanigans going on there in the earlier Obama administration. And yeah, I mean, we've seen recently that, gosh, history rhyming, that war just seems to be a big money laundering operation in many cases. And that brings us back to Sam Bankman-Fried and the FTX scandal. Found this a crypto cringe compilation, FTX edition. So I want to check that out.
Sam?
Hi, my name is Sam, and this is my story.
What's up, guys? I'm here with my boy Sam from FTX.
Being comfortable with risk is very important.
Why don't you buy a Lamborghini, man?
Didn't have any particular need for one.
Use a lot of elementary school math.
The most generous billionaire in the world. Sam has crazy hair. Sam is vegan. Sam sleeps 5 hours a night. Sam has $22 billion.
A lot of people think this is how you mine Bitcoin, but you don't need a flamethrower. You just need FTX.
Me, Bitcoin.
I got you, Sam. I know you didn't think that, well, I guess you thought I was just kidding when I said get ready. No, bud. No. Hey, I know everything. I may know more than Caroline, to be honest with you.
It's not the first time I've made a bad investment. Probably not the last time. But luckily, I make more good ones than bad ones.
I just wanted to let you know, jail's not that bad. It sucks, but it's not the worst thing ever.
Sam?
100% of the time when I meet a person who has lots of money and is very, very frugal with their lifestyle, they are not a good person. 100% of the time. But I know people with lots of money and they sit there and they want to drive an old Toyota Corolla, or they're very frugal, they talk about investing, that's going to save money. These people are always fucking weirdos.
Oh boy. Yeah. Well, that sums up a lot there with that video collection of memes. There was also some footage of SBF on Meet the Press
publicly.
And this is telling, I'd say. Check out this body language.
You think every money you spend in politics should be disclosed publicly? Are you comfortable with that?
I think that I think what I would say is, if there was a norm where every dollar that everyone donated in politics was to be disclosed publicly, I would have a lot of sympathy for that. I think I might support it. I haven't thought carefully about it enough to know. But
well, it sounds like what you're saying is maybe there's some donations that you have made that you wouldn't make if you knew they were going to be immediately public.
So I think I don't generally think about it that way. I generally think of it as like these are the right the right contributions to make.
You think every money.
Well, Sam shaking in his chair. Yeah. Well, that kind of makes it obvious. I'm just laughing, but yeah, that guy. Maybe did I say this already? I really never heard of FTX until all this went down, and that felt pretty good. I gotta say. Glad I steered clear of that one. All right, changing it up a little. Came across a video on Rumble, and this cover's going back to March of last year, it looks like. 1,000 athletes collapsing, dying, heart problems, blood clots. A compilation from 2021, March 2021 to June of this year. And, well, this is an hour and 24-minute video. So, I'm not gonna play all that, but this is a significant piece of evidence, I'd say. Oh, excuse me. You didn't miss much, but maybe I'll just turn the music down and see how fast I can make this go. Because, as I said, this is an hour and 24 minutes of this. So I'll leave this in the show notes, which will get posted to freedomunitedrevolt.com on the stream page. And yeah, I suppose this would be a good resource to share with folks that are not aware of such things happening. It just goes on and on and on. So just got a little bit of that out there for you. Switching gears again a little bit. I wanted to visit this tweet. Elon lied. So much for no lifetime bans. Guy hasn't even unbanned Trump. Somebody was saying, bring back Alex Jones. And Elon replied, no. And not that he read it, I'm sure, but I said, what if AJ ran his tweets by Joe Rogan first? Would Elon Musk be okay with that? It reminded me of Owen Benjamin and the situation he got in with. I mean, maybe I'm drawing things together. Maybe you get my point, but Owen Benjamin went on Joe Rogan, and I think he got kicked off of Twitter originally for, or finally for saying, you know, David Hogg doesn't have any business telling me what to do with my guns. He doesn't even have any pubes yet. So he then he went on Rogan sometime after that, and Joe was like, hey, why don't you run your tweets by me? And from then on out, and due to other things, Owen has relentlessly berated Joe Rogan for being a short man and other things. Yeah, so there was this offering from Elon. New Twitter policy is freedom of speech, but not freedom of reach. Negative hate tweets will be max deboosted and demonetized, so no ads or other revenue to Twitter. You won't find the tweet unless you specifically seek it out, which is no different from the rest of the internet. Kathy Griffin, Jordan Peterson, and Babylon Bee have been reinstated. Trump decision has not yet been made, and this was prior to that Trump decision being made. And apparently Trump's not coming back to Twitter. Whatever. I mean, you know, the question is, like, who's defining negative/hate tweets? You know, there seems to be some upside to the Elon Musk regime at Twitter. But, you know, we'll see how it goes pretty soon. You know, he seems to be an agent of potentially ushering in this CBDC brain chip, what's it called? Neuralink activated world. Don't shut off my stream, bro. I'm relying on you right now. Okay. So this happened earlier this evening. I mentioned it with Addy. But if you haven't checked it out, Ye graced the studio over there at the Timcast. And
been extremely
this happened.
unfair to you. I think.
Who was they though? We can't say they is, can we?
Press. I'm not using I don't use the word as the way I guess you guys use. I'm talking.
It is
about
them though, isn't it? I mean, because
No.
because when you think about it, consider it. In 2018.
What do you mean it's not?
What do I mean? Like, okay, so how about? Are you leaving?
Are you afraid of the press?
He's gone. I'll say it right now. You guys want to bring that stuff up? And then
Have
think
the
we're not
discussion.
Not gonna have a
Like,
conversation.
have the discussion.
Like you think Ye's gonna come in here and say, "Here's my pain. Here's my suffering." I'm gonna say, "I hear you," and then he's gonna say, "And it was Jewish people," and I'm gonna be like, "Okay, but don't you consider?" It's like, I'm not gonna do this. I refuse.
All right. As I said earlier, you know, imagine how that conversation could have been different. That whole situation could have been a little different. Had Luke Rudowski, you know, checked out that book and brought it to the attention of Mr. Tim. That might give some more depth to the discussion. I think a lot of people are frustrated with that show for the fence sitting, the milk toasted milk toastiness. And, you know, look, I respect the guy on a certain level. I think he's worked hard to build that platform that he has. And there's probably things I don't know, but, you know, it'd be nice to see somebody with that kind of reach be a little more able to speak with diffidence, as Tony often mentions on the show, and explore ideas without being worried about, you know, we can't talk about that here, or not hearing somebody out. Like, and to me, it seemed like Ye has built up a pretty good bullshit filter, or worked on that, or has just put up with a lot of bullshit. And it's funny, people are saying he stormed off. If you watch it, he's pretty calm, and he said, you know, if you don't let me, or if you're going to be like that, then I'll just walk off. So he said that maybe emphatically, or just firmly. And then he just got up and left. So, you know, who knows if that would have been a fascinating conversation, but I guess we won't know until maybe another time. But interesting times still. Maybe Ye and Owen Benjamin will get together soon. That'd be interesting. So moving on, I wanted to bring up some more work from Scott Armstrong and the Last American Vagabond Substack. T-Lav on the Streets, Pandemic Amnesty. So I'm guessing it's from Nashville again. Music City. Let's see what Scotty got into with people on the street.
What's up, everybody? This is Scott with the Last American Vagabond. We're down here in Printers Alley, Nashville, Tennessee, once again, and we're out here talking to the people. What's your name, man? What's your name?
I'm Houston Hayes.
Houston Hayes, where are you from?
Savannah, Georgia.
Savannah, Georgia. Welcome to Nashville, and welcome to Nashville. So, how were you affected by all the COVID lockdowns the last couple of years?
Well, I'm a restaurant worker, so my restaurant closed down for, I don't know, 4 months, and I was out of work. Thank God for the stimulus. I don't approve of it. It helped out a lot. And yeah, I was out of work and I was very, very, very bored.
What would you do if they came out on the news and tomorrow told you had to lock down and mask and socially distance again?
I wouldn't do it. Go Dogs, baby! Go Dogs!
A couple of weeks ago, the Atlantic came out with an article asking for amnesty for all the things they got wrong involving masking and lockdown. Do they deserve to be forgiven for what they did?
No.
All right.
You shouldn't lock anybody down for anything. We're in America. This is a free country. Am I right?
What's going on? What's your name?
Gary.
Gary, where are you from?
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. Welcome to Nashville.
Thank you.
So, how were you impacted by all the COVID lockdowns and COVID measures the last couple of years?
Basically, we stayed in our home for 2 years.
If they told you to lock down, mask, and socially distance again tomorrow, what would you do?
Well, it would depend upon, I guess I'd probably do what they say to do, to be honest with you, even though we've had all of our shots.
Okay.
I'd probably do what the government says, because I kind of trust them.
Okay, you trust the government then?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so 2 weeks ago, the Atlantic came out with an article asking for amnesty for all the things they got wrong regarding like cloth masking, lockdown measures. Do you feel like they deserve amnesty for all the things they got wrong with COVID?
Why do they need amnesty? Why does anybody need amnesty? I think that the people were learning as we went, and we learned more as the time went through, and we learned more things about what it would take. I mean, originally we all started wiping down things, right? When we didn't know. And
I remember that.
but they thought it was right. They weren't telling us to wipe down because they're trying to hurt us. They're trying to protect us.
Yeah.
After they learned through time that it wasn't necessary, then they took off those restrictions. Or those, they weren't really restrictions, but those suggestions.
My name's Scott.
Oh man, I apologize.
Well, what's your name?
My name's Scott.
Scott. All right, awesome. What's your name?
Sue.
How were your guys' lives affected the last couple years with all the COVID lockdown measures, lockdowns, and all that stuff?
Technically, we benefited from that. We are DoorDash drivers, and in our area, DoorDash was dead until the COVID lockdown, and at that point, our lives greatly prospered because of COVID.
Wow, interesting. Okay, interesting. I haven't heard that take. So the follow-up to that is like if they were to come out tomorrow and say everybody needs to lock down and mask and socially distance again, what would be your thoughts around that?
Cool, thanks. Let me do that again.
Payday.
Ching, payday.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I still make money doing it, but not like it
We
was
don't
then.
make as much money now as we did during COVID.
Okay, interesting. So you said you're from Pennsylvania, right? So what is with this John Fetterman guy? I don't know much about him from down here. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
He's an idiot.
We didn't have anybody better to choose from. I mean, Dr. Oz.
Yeah, trust me, I'm not.
Give me a break. So we got the lesser of two evils, maybe.
Maybe, well, it's yet to be determined. All these people, trust me, I'm not in the whole political paradigm. I'm just curious. It's just like, okay, well, so this is what we're doing now. All right. Do they deserve to be forgiven for all the crazy stuff they pulled?
No. It was ridiculous. We always thought it was ridiculous.
But you guys had a silver lining, though, to it.
Right, but still, I didn't like it. The restrictions and all the being told what I can and can't do and where I should go and how many people I can have in my house. And to me, it was not any different than any other flu.
All right, what's your name?
Andrew.
Andrew, I'm Scott. Nice to meet you, man.
Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you. So, how was your life impacted over the last couple of years with all the COVID measures and lockdown and everything?
I used to work in the bar industry, so by that time it took a really heavy toll. And quite honestly, it made me want to go out, find different means of employment. But now things are up and up. I'm starting to feel hopeful again that we're getting all this stuff situated. And now, hey, I'm looking to get back into the industry. So I see everybody's out.
We're going at the speed of science out here in Printer's Alley. So what's your name?
Emma.
Emma, where are you from?
Jupiter.
Jupiter. Nice. Welcome to Earth. It's a fantastic day here at Earth. So what was your experience like the last couple of years with all the lockdowns and COVID measures?
Sure. So I go to Florida State, so mostly just like all of our classes went online and we weren't allowed to like go out and do stuff like that. But Florida opened up a lot sooner than other places, so it wasn't that long that I felt an effect from it. But I had to move out of my dorm like 6 months early, and we couldn't stay there anymore. So
what would you do if they came out tomorrow and said you had to lock down, mask, socially distance, all that stuff all over again?
I'd be so frustrated. I can't do that again. There's no way.
So a couple weekends ago, the Atlantic came out with an article asking for amnesty for everything they got wrong with COVID policy. What's your thoughts on that? Do they deserve forgiveness?
I think yes. I think that it was like a very unprecedented situation and that it was really difficult to deal with. So I think that, I mean, minus a little bit, but I think that everyone did the best that they could with the situation because, like, I don't know, it's just like chaos.
Oh, Jupiter's a town. Oh, okay. I thought you were just being silly. Like, well, welcome to Earth. So what's your name?
Joe.
Joe, where are you from?
Sacramento, California.
Wow. Well, welcome to Nashville. Awesome. So how was your life impacted the last couple of years with all the COVID lockdowns and COVID measures and everything?
Oh, it hurt my business considerably. Yeah. So we're farmers in California, but we also have an educational farm for school kids. So there's about 30,000 kids that visit the farm every year, and because no school, no kids.
What would be your thoughts if they were to come out tomorrow, CDC, all the media, and saying you had to lock down, mask, socially distance once again?
Oh, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. And actually, we kind of had a showdown last year because they weren't going to let us open up at all to the public. We have a big pumpkin farm in the fall. And I finally said, guys, you're going to put us out of business. And my daughter goes to University of Alabama, my son goes to Virginia Tech, and everything was fairly normal there. So it was tough in California, much more extreme than most places.
Do you feel like they deserve amnesty?
I don't, saying you're sorry doesn't really change the offense. It just makes the person that offended feel better about themselves. I don't know what it would do either way. Let's just move forward and recognize that there was a different way to deal with this. It wouldn't be so hard on small businesses. In California, it hurt an awful lot of small businesses. And it's sad. We've been farming for over 100 years, so my son has to come back if he wants to be the 5th generation. But it's rough there right now.
All right, what's your name?
All right. So I just wanted to give a little taste of that, little shout out over there at the Last American Vagabond, doing big things. Scott's killing it, crushing. You can check that out. TLAV Vagabond, tlavagabond.substack.com. Of course, they've got articles from Maddie Bannon. Looks like the latest installment of the COVID Collaborator series is up on the TLAV Substack. So I have to check this out. I had a good one-on-one conversation with Maddie actually last week, and I look forward to maybe having her on the show sometime in the near future. Let's see. Here's an interesting artifact from the man known as Ice Cube, who turned down $9 million because he didn't want to get the COVID shot.
I turned down a movie because I didn't want to get the motherfucking jab. I turned down $9 million. Damn. Because I didn't want to get the jab.
Didn't want to get,
fuck that jab. And fuck y'all for trying to make me get it. So, I don't know how Hollywood feel about me right now. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what? It ain't just Hollywood no more, though. You can go through the streaming. Streaming ain't got nothing to do with
That's Hollywood, bro. Yeah,
is it really? You think so?
It is. They on some shit, but you know what I mean? Me too. I'm on some shit too. So.
Cube Vision.
No doubt. That shit indie, man.
I'm working on it. I'm hustling.
I got a few dollars. Let's put something together like the weather, man. You dig?
Don't worry about nothing.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah. Got a lot of things up my sleeve.
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure.
Damn, turned out $9 million.
I didn't turn it down. Them motherfuckers didn't give it to me because I wouldn't get the shot.
Exactly.
I didn't turn it down.
Oh, okay.
They just didn't give it to me.
Oh, because you wouldn't get the COVID shot.
Yeah, the COVID shot.
Oh,
the jab.
The jab.
Yeah.
During the pandemic,
during the pandemic,
man, the pandemic
at all.
You didn't me either.
Nothing. Fuck them.
I didn't catch it at all.
Yeah, I didn't need that shit.
But he caught it about 4 or 5 times.
Yeah. Well, circumstances. I got lucky.
Yeah, me too.
Ain't gonna take no shit I don't need.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. Well, good for him. Good for him for keeping it real. That looked like a Barstool Sports podcast. I don't know where that was from exactly. I found it on Twitter. You can find that in the show notes. No, I did jump around because I didn't finish organizing this stuff. But I wanted to pull out this video from Kim Iverson we had on the show card last night. So it's jumping back a bit, but this is about FTX secret ties to Democrats and Ukraine ignored and censored.
As many of you have heard, FTX, a cryptocurrency exchange company founded by Sam Bankman-Fried, or SBF, as he's often referred to, went bankrupt when essentially a run on the exchange exposed a major liquidity crisis. Now, going bankrupt sucks, and it oftentimes happens to good people or companies who just happen upon hard times or bad luck. But that doesn't seem to be what's happened with FTX. The plot keeps getting thicker and seemingly more corrupt the more information we learn. For example, $1 to $2 billion, that's billion with a B, of customer funds are missing. Just poof, vanished from the books with no record of where the money went. Another $10 billion in customer funds were transferred to FTX's sister company, Alameda Research, which was, before it also went under, a cryptocurrency trading firm also founded by SBF. Now, apparently SBF had a bespoke software system installed that allowed for him to make secret transactions without flagging internal external regulators. Now, that's odd. Well, bankruptcy proceedings show creditors are owed over $3 billion. 10 of them are owed at least $100 million, with the largest of the creditors being owed $226 million. And of course, the names of the creditors have been redacted, so we don't know who these firms, entities, or individuals are. But what we do know, and what's being revealed, are some of SBF's financial dealings, including massive donations to Democrats. In fact, SBF is the second largest donor to Democrats, with the exception of George Soros, with more than $460 million going in support of the Democrats in the recent midterm elections. And then there's the aid to Ukraine. In March, FTX set up a crypto donation site to help turn Bitcoin into bullets, but the website seemed off. There were some inconsistencies. First, they reported raising $70 million. Then suddenly overnight, that number went down to $60 million, where it remained for months on end. Now, all of the secrecy and inconsistencies in the reporting around FTX ties to Democrats in Ukraine is why independent media is taking a closer look. Though the mainstream media insists there's nothing to see here, and any insinuation that there's some sort of violations of U.S. federal laws being run between FTX and Democrats is just another conspiracy theory, the Gray Zone, an investigative news outlet, never fails to do its due diligence. Now, recent reporting by the Gray Zone reveals these details about the crypto company's meltdown and the connections to the Democratic establishment and Ukraine. Kit Clarenberg, an investigative journalist with the Gray Zone UK, did a deep dive into Sam Bankman-Fried's alleged connections to the Democratic Party and funding Ukraine with weapons. Kit's reporting for the Gray Zone was then subsequently censored and banned on Instagram, owned by big liberal Mark Zuckerberg. Now, Kit joins us to discuss his own reporting being censored and to sort out this crypto scandal involving some of the most powerful Democratic political players and the possible federal charges faced by SBF. Kit, welcome to the show.
Hey, how's it going?
Thanks for being here. So you did a really amazing piece in the Gray Zone, read it, very long, detailed. It ended up getting censored from Instagram. I want to start off there. Why did they censor the piece?
Well, I mean, I kind of half jokingly said, but I was entirely serious as well, when news broke that it had been censored, that I'd like to thank the CIA intern who wrote that fact check for confirming the story is 100% true. Yeah, I mean, I suspect it was censored because, the kindest reading is someone read as far as the headline and assumed it was perpetuating the notion that funds raised through this mechanism called Aid for Ukraine had been funneled to Democrats. I not only didn't make this allegation, I explicitly said there was no evidence for it as yet. What I did do was I did a kind of detailed analysis of now deleted web pages related to Aid to Ukraine, dating back to April and from there throughout this year. Now, as you mentioned, it seems that initially on April 1st, when this resource has been operational for 2.5 weeks, it claimed it had raised 70 million. This was very quickly revised down to 60 million, where it has stayed ever since. So that's 10 million missing for a start, potentially. But yeah, I mean, what really struck me was as you go further, closer to the present day, there was in the kind of late October, the original website for Aid for Ukraine is deleted and then replaced with another completely identical one. Quite why this happened isn't clear. There are you can have some suspicions around the timeline there. A few days earlier, the Texan financial regulators said that they were going to start investigating FTX for potentially illegal activity. No, I mean, it seems very clear that FTX was all along some kind of front for something, which we can get into. I mean, this would no doubt, the slightest inkling of regulators taking a closer look at what FTX were doing would have set off alarm bells within FTX. It likely would have done in Washington, D.C. too, due to Sam Bankman-Fried's lavish political donations and ties to Democratic figures. And by extension, it may well have set off alarm bells in Ukraine too. So there's that. But what's really striking, it becomes more and more curious with every denial that's issued by a crypto bro or a Ukrainian government official who's been involved in this, is they claim that only 60 million was ever raised by Aid for Ukraine, and that they only used Sam Bankman-Fried's services to convert crypto into fiat currency in March, and that's the extent of their use of it, and they haven't fully used that 60 million total. Now, Aid for Ukraine's been accepting donations this whole time. It's been. You can even check on publicly available blockchain records. It's received millions and millions and millions of dollars. Where is this money going? Because apparently it's not being used by Aid for Ukraine. Is it being embezzled? Is it being used for black operations off books? We don't know. These are very obvious questions to answer. And yes, as you said yourself, this is a story that where the plot is thickening almost hourly. It's been revealed that hundreds of millions was spent on lavish properties in the Bahamas for Sam Bankman-Fried's parents. It's been revealed that federal prosecutors in New York were investigating FTX's business practices many months before its collapse. Why is it that only independent media is looking at the Ukraine angle when that is the most obvious kind of in plain sight aspect to this whole story? It boggles the mind, really.
Yeah, so let's go back to this website, because this is where it's really, this is where it just gets so odd. So they have this website that they launched back in March. In middle of March is when they launched this Aid for Ukraine website. Now, who owned the website?
It was an asset of the Ukrainian government's digital transformation department, which, funnily enough, played a key role in getting my friends and colleagues Max Blumenthal and Aaron Mete disinvited from a recent Web Summit event in Portugal. So yes, it was effectively originally an asset of the Ukrainian government's own website. Then, yes, it is spun out in late October, early November into a standalone website.
Okay, got it.
If it's apparently, if it's apparently been not operational the whole time, and not, it seems very odd that you would do this.
Right.
And then this is days before the FTX scandal erupts. I mean, what did Kiev know, and when did it know it? Did it see something coming?
Right, because it would be very odd to suddenly have this Ukraine government website, is what you're saying, and then suddenly it's just an independent website no longer connected to the government of Ukraine days before the scandal breaks. Right, it does definitely beg to question, why wouldn't it, was that just happenstance? Was it just, absolutely coincidental? I suppose it could have been, but it is very strange. And what also is really strange about the website is, okay, I think you could explain away, you think you raised $70 million and then you do your accounting and you say, oh, whoops, actually it was 60 million. We got the number wrong. Okay, fine. You can explain that away as well in April. But it is months past April. And this website has been operational. And they're trying to tell us that it's only raised 60 million stagnantly since April, even though the blockchain shows millions of dollars pouring in through this.
Yeah, no, it's unbelievable. But I mean, this is clearly a pre-agreed line that's being stuck to. I mean, again, almost every day, people involved in this operation come forward to say, "Oh, yes, we only used it in March." It's just not true, and that's really suspicious. And I mean, yes, the answer to why none of these millions that have been flowing in since then have been recorded, it might be innocent or exculpatory, although these people are just making themselves look more guilty in the process.
Right. I mean, and it could be, so where was this money directly funneling into? So if you made a donation to this site, did that go to FTX, and then FTX was to convert that to fiat money and send that over to Ukraine? Is that the process of, just as an average person, if I want to give some crypto to aid to Ukraine, what would happen from there? Do you know?
Yeah, sure. So on paper, the blockchain it would go to FTX first, then it would be sent to the Ukrainian government, who would pass it to their finance ministry, and in turn would pass it to their Ministry of Defense. And it's again been claimed by some people involved in this that the government of Ukraine did not have FTX wallets, which is to say that the money was not stored with FTX. But that's not the case for the Kiev School of Economics, which has been distributing aid in Ukraine since the very start of this conflict, and they openly advertised the fact that they had FTX wallets, and they again claim to have raised a not insubstantial amount of money. I mean, if that's stored with FTX, has it not been lost now?
Right.
Clarity is unforthcoming on these very basic points.
Well, and the fact that FTX, what we know now is that there was this bespoke software system apparently that allowed for them to make some transactions, that allowed for Sam himself, right, to make these kind of transactions that ultimately were off the book, somehow not recorded, somehow would evade any sort of internal flagging or even an external audit. So that in and of itself right there is, why would this company need this bespoke software that would allow them to do this if you weren't trying to hide money?
Yeah, I mean, but this is the thing, is that it bears underlining everything that Sam Bankman-Fried was involved in was deeply criminal, and it's very, very clear. I mean, there was an initial filing by a court appointed CEO. He oversaw Enron's bankruptcy, and he says that based on an initial review, the finances of FTX are the most chaotic, incomplete, and frankly disturbing that he's ever seen. I mean, he oversaw the biggest fraud in US corporate history, and he's saying this. It's really quite extraordinary. But 134 so far separate shell companies associated with Sam Bankman-Fried have also filed for bankruptcy. I mean, no doubt, at least some of them were used for money laundering or indeed, tax evasion, embezzlement. But I mean, were there other purposes there? Again, the CIA is well known to use shell companies to mask its operations. I mean, everything about SBF and his companies is so deeply dubious. There is a narrative that's emerged that, because everyone from journalists to VC investors to major politicians bought into the SBF hype, that they were kind of blind to these issues. I don't buy that for a second. These people were creating the hype. They knew what they were doing by promoting this late 20s, 30-year-old with zero serious business acumen to these parapets of genius and tech guru status. I mean, it's what they do every time, but it does beg the question of whether he was just a front man / fall guy for something else, and whether it was allowed to operate in this kind of utterly chaotic, corrupt manner for so long without anyone asking questions. I mean, typically, that would be very difficult unless you have someone vouching for you or something.
Yeah, and I've been going down all kinds of roads with this mentally, just kind of these what ifs, and they are just speculations and what ifs. But, there are a lot of questions because there are just so many things that aren't adding up here, and so much secrecy, and where's the money, right? A lot of some questions, of course, there's the question of the money laundering, because there was no transparency with this money. Money's disappeared. And we're not even getting transparency on who the creditors were, who gave them the $100 million or the $200 million here and there. We don't even know who those people, entity, or firms were. So there's a lot of secrecy around this. But, one of my questions is, was this, so if we're going to do this what if game, was this maybe set up as an entity in order to sow distrust in crypto, right? I mean, just to get people to, oh yeah, we're buying into it. It's like, it's all worth the hype. And then suddenly it goes belly up and everybody says, oh geez, crypto doesn't work, which was a threat to fiat currency, or even saying crypto needs to be regulated, or the government needs to come up with its own crypto, right? I mean, there's now these discussions that are forming that suddenly the threat that crypto had on fiat currency is suddenly maybe not even going to be a problem anymore, because they're going to solve those problems now because of FTX.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting theory, and I think again, there's a rather curious timeline here, where I mean, around the time that FTX starts collapsing, a trial of a digital dollar is announced, and the similar thing in the UK as well, where the governor of the Bank of England said that the collapse of FTX showed that there was a potential necessity to create a digital pound. I mean, I don't really see how that follows, but yes, it would be a very good way of discrediting the entire industry, and indeed, yes, like kind of tech pro figures who seem to dominate it, using SBF as a kind of masthead / fall guy to represent everything that's wrong with the industry.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is this, because of the layers and layers of corruption that we're now uncovering because of this, there's certainly probably not one answer. It was probably many things. It probably operated as many things depending on what the operator wanted, right? If they wanted to funnel some money from one place to another, maybe they would use FTX to do that. If they're the government and they're saying, hey, we want to start regulating crypto somehow, or we want to come out with our own crypto, or we want to take down crypto, then this was a good way to do it. I mean, it seems like if you want money as a Democratic politician, good way to get it. Go to FTX. Even outlets, right? Some news outlets were collecting money from FTX. Seems like this entity played a different role for different reasons for different people, depending on what they wanted. But what it didn't do was what it was supposed to do, seemingly, for the average customer.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that it seems to have its tentacles in literally everything. I mean, right. It was it was just funding investigative journalists, alleged investigative journalists to produce propaganda, supporting the notion that COVID was absolutely definitely not a US lab leak but a Chinese one, and all sorts of other really rather questionable things. I mean, yes, if we take the view that it was serving different masters or different purposes, I mean, yeah, it would be a great way to tank crypto, but then all along the Democratic Party is raking it in while they can. I mean, another curious timeline here is FTX was founded in April 2019, which is when Joe Biden announces his presidential campaign. Sam Bankman-Fried's mother is, of course, a Democratic fundraiser of some standing, even though she does so completely in the shadows and without disclosing her involvement or who her investors are. It then starts. FTX, starts funneling tens of millions to Democratic campaigns, Democratic super PACs, Democratic candidates, and then this leads to a flurry of meetings at the start in the kind of first half of this year, where Sam Bankman-Fried attends the White House. Sometimes he has fellow FTX staff who are ex-Obama era officials, coming with him. Sometimes he's on his own. What was discussed, we don't really know. And then subsequent to this, he announces he's going to give $1 billion to the Democratic Party to ensure that they win in 2024, which is an absolutely staggering amount of money. Again, in mid-October, he rose back from this and says, oh, it was a dumb idea, and actually I'm just going to give up completely on political donations. That's quite an extraordinary turnaround to go from someone who had never been engaged in political activism or campaigning or donations to suddenly become one of the Democratic Party's biggest in history, and then suddenly give it up and get bored of it. Again, did he see clouds on the horizon? Were people behind him saying you need to be careful about making all of this noise in public because it's going to draw the attention of regulators? It's uncertain. I mean, it does seem that the newly appointed CEO is adamant to get to the bottom of this, and it is, at least in theory, not going to leave any stone unturned. But as is so often the way of these things, a fix comes in. And I think that the fact that, yes, the media is minute by minute documenting the destruction of FTX and crypto, but is ignoring this massive, very obvious elephant in the room of aid for Ukraine is very, very, very striking.
Yeah, they seem to be ignoring a lot. They seem to just be making it, this kid is now just, ran off with the money. And he's the one who, and this was all just his scam, and that's it. And there was nobody else involved. I mean, that just seems to be where they're headed with this.
It was one person's fault, yeah.
Yeah, or his girlfriend too, right?
Oh God, I don't even want to think about it. But I mean, yeah, it's. I mean, yeah, he could very easily have been a patsy. and specifically chosen because he was not very intelligent and didn't really know what he was getting himself into. And this is what powerful people do all the time.
Yeah, well, Kit, you've done some really great reporting on this, and for Instagram.
Oh, geez, I was on mute. It's good to hear from Kim and from Kit Knightley. I know he does good work over there somewhere. But I often hear Ryan Christian mentioning his name. And yeah, so this whole thing, it could be speculated that it's among other things, because it certainly seems to serve a bunch of purposes. It could be something to drive people towards a Fed coin, a CBDC instituted by the Federal Reserve. So I wanted to pull up this video from James Corbett, CBDCs Beyond the Basics, and let's check out a little bit of this. It's about an hour long, so let you check out the full thing on your own from the show notes if you haven't already. But yeah, James Corbett.
You're listening to The Corbett Report. CorbettReport.com.
Welcome back, friends. Welcome back to another edition of The Corbett Report. I'm your host, James Corbett of CorbettReport.com, coming to you, as always, from the sunny climes of Western Japan here in November of 2022, with episode 433 of the Corbett Report podcast, CBDCs Beyond the Basics. And yes, exactly as that title would imply, we are going to be talking about CBDCs here, but we are going to move beyond the basics of what I assume my audience already knows about them. And for people who are completely lost, of course, CBDC refers to central bank digital currency, and you will know that because I have talked about and broached this subject many times over the past few years. But if you do not know that yet, here is the quick way to get caught up on the basics. I got another email recently from someone who said, James, you don't have a search bar on your website, so can you tell me blah, blah, blah. Actually, I do have a search bar on the website. You may have seen me use it even on screen once or twice, but if not, here we go. Here we are at CorbettReport.com, which should of course be set as your homepage where you go every single day to check what's new. But anyway, if you are looking for the search bar, oh, there it is. And if you're on mobile, it will be underneath this part. It'll be down at the top of the sidebar, which is underneath on the mobile version. But anyway, here on the desktop, there's the search bar, and you just type in CBDC, and you will get a lot of information. So for today, I think some particularly important reports to highlight and for you to become familiar with would be CBDCs, a country-by-country guide where I literally go through dozens and dozens and dozens of countries and where they were at in May of this year with regards to their implementation of CBDC. Another important report on this point to highlight is what is programmable money, and we'll be talking a little bit about that later on in this episode and some of the things contained therein. I would also suggest people take a look at my report talking to John Titus. Also, my report on Bretton Woods 2.0, which is going to be buried somewhere in the pages and pages of results that you will get here for CBDC, because I have talked about it quite a bit. Anyway, those will be linked up in the show notes for today's episode in case you need to familiarize yourself with that information. But long story short, for today I'm going to assume we all have the basics of central bank digital currency down pat by now. Namely that A, CBDCs are coming. B, CBDCs give incredible, inordinate, unprecedented control to central bankers to directly control and intervene in the economy. And C, CBDCs will be used for social control.
Today, I'm proud to say that under the UK's presidency, the group of the world's 7 most advanced economies, the G7, is launching a set of public policy principles for retail central bank digital currencies, CBDCs. Central bank digital currencies could be a digital version of money, a bit like a digital banknote that could be used alongside physical notes and coins. Unlike most of the digital money people use daily today, it would be issued directly by a central bank, like the Bank of England in the UK. And governments and central banks across the world are working together, looking into what having a digital currency might mean in practice.
It makes it sound jolly good.
So the UK is currently the head of the G7 group. That's the world's most economically advanced countries. And the UK currently chairs the G7 group. Our Chancellor, who does our economy, called Chancellor of the Exchequer, his name's Rishi Sunak. He's put out this video. This is all on my feeds, by the way, my social feeds. He put out this video saying that what they want to do is bring in this thing called the central banking digital currency. They want to replace fiat paper money with digital money as a competitor to Bitcoin and crypto money, right? But instead of being decentralized currency, it will be controlled by a government. It's digital currency, but controlled centrally through the banks, Bank of England. So instead of having a bank account with whatever, HSBC or Bank of America, you'll have a bank account directly with, in the American context, with the Fed. In the UK, directly with the Bank of England. You have a personal bank account, and you're given digital money in that bank account. These are called central banking digital currencies. The Chancellor of the Exchequer in the UK has already announced their intention to do this as the G7 group.
And what we're seeing in the world today, I think, is we are on the brink of a dramatic change where we are about to, and I'll say this boldly, we're about to abandon the traditional system of money and accounting and introduce a new one. And the new one, the new accounting, is what we call blockchain. It means digital. It means having a almost perfect record of every single transaction that happens in the economy, which will give us far greater clarity over what's going on. It also raises huge dangers in terms of the balance of power between states and citizens. In my opinion, we're going to need a digital constitution of human rights if we're going to have digital money.
Now, in all our analysis on CBDC, in particular for the use of general use, we tend to establish the equivalence with cash. And there is a huge difference there. For example, in cash, we don't know, for example, who's using a $100 bill today. We don't know who is using a 1,000 peso bill today. A key difference with the CBDC is that central bank will have absolute control on the rules and regulations that will determine the use of that expression of central bank liability. And also, we will have the technology to enforce that.
Right. We've all got those basics down by now. Just as Rishi Sunak, the current Prime Minister of the UK, the Chancellor of the Exchequer back in November of 2021, where he made that handy-dandy explainer video where he looked like he had a gun to his head and was desperately reading from a teleprompter. Yes, CBDCs are central bank digital currency, and yes, they are a digital version of money, a bit like a banknote. A bit is doing an awful lot of work there. It could be used alongside physical notes and coins, and unlike most of the digital money people use daily today, it would be issued directly by a central bank. A very important point that we'll come back to in the course of this episode, because I think its significance may be lost on some of the viewership who understandably does not know all of the ins and outs of the banking system and the way it has been engineered to be deliberately quite complex. But there are some important differences in the ways that CBDCs could be developed, because when I say CBDC, I am, of course, not talking about one singular concept, one idea that covers every possible implementation of central bank digital currency. No. That is very much the CBDC PSYOP, in a similar fashion to the Bitcoin PSYOP that I've talked about many times before. People have been PSYOPed into believing that Bitcoin is cryptocurrency, is blockchain, is CBDC. It's all just this one homogenous concept. It's all digital money, right? As they go and spend money through their debit card or whatever. That's not digital money, guys. Oh, wait. Yes, there is a lot of nuance to this, and it's not trivial nuance. It's actually important. So, for example, just as one example of the way that there are many, many different ways and shapes and forms that central bank digital currency could take, let's go back to my QFC on the Bitcoin PSYOP, where I did raise that particular point. But more seriously, yes, blockchains that are actually used as blockchains may not even be actually effective tools of control. And that's an interesting little wrench in people's thinking about this that you can see, for example, in a recent report on India's digital rupee, because of course the Reserve Bank of India is working on a CBDC, as is pretty much every other central bank in the world right now. They're all at different stages of it, essentially. But India's digital rupee may not necessarily be on the blockchain, according to the country's central bank. So yes, here's an example of a central bank digital currency that may not even be blockchain based. So is it good because it's not blockchain? If you want to get into the details of that, the report notes that India's finance minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, announced that the central bank will be ready to launch its blockchain-based central bank digital currency, the digital rupee, before March 2023. However, the Reserve Bank of India's executive director, T. Ravi Shankar, clarified on Thursday that the central bank is also open to other technologies. And this report goes on to say, what are the alternatives to blockchain? Blockchains are only one type of distributed ledger technology. In most cases, it is considered to be a permissionless platform. But for the central bank to remain in control of the digital rupee, and the notion that most banks would like to prevent their competitors from peeking at their liquidity strategies, it would need a permissioned system for its upcoming CBDC. So what they're essentially pointing out here is that the permissioned versus permissionless is actually an important distinction. And if that is, as some people would posit, a real distinction between what makes a blockchain versus what makes it essentially a database with signatures, well then, yes, maybe the blockchain is not what the tyrants actually want to use for at least some of their tools of control. Can permissionless blockchains be used in nefarious ways? Absolutely, no doubt about it. But sometimes, no, they would prefer to have essentially a database with signatures. They want the old-fashioned kind of databases, the ones that are closed with the trusted third-party authority in the middle, not this open, distributed, permissionless network thing. No, not distributed. So, as you already know, yes, CBDC does not mean blockchain. Blockchain does not mean CBDC. Let's not create a CBDC PSYOP in the same way that the Bitcoin PSYOP has so powerfully pervaded the cryptocurrency conversation and gotten it stuck on stupid for so long. Let's go beyond the basics. So this was a point that I was at pains to stress, for example, in that earlier mentioned article that I wrote back last month, What is Programmable Money?, that I will again commend to your attention if you want to familiarize or refamiliarize yourself with this subject matter. But here it is on CorbettReport.com. And of course, if you are not a paid subscriber to the Corbett Report, shame on you. But of course, you can always get the free editorial just by clicking that link. And so if you go into that editorial, you can see that there was a funny chart that the BIS, our friends at the BIS, came up with that showed the different Venn diagram, the crazy spaghetti graph Venn diagram of what money is, but that actually does make a certain point that there are a lot of different ways that a CBDC could be engineered to take up different parts of the monetary spectrum. So, for example, I say from peer-to-peer non-electronic money, example local currency, to universally accessible electronic non-central bank issued money, example bank deposits, to electronic central bank issued non-peer-to-peer non-universally accessible money, for example central bank reserves. Money, or at least what most people think of as money, in their day-to-day lives comes in an assortment of flavors. And then there's CBDC. As you'll note, central bank issued electronic money comes in different flavors, from central bank digital currency to central bank issued cryptocurrency, retail, to central bank issued cryptocurrency, wholesale, and occupies multiple spots on the BIS chart. Is CBDC universally accessible? Possibly. Is it peer-to-peer? It depends. Both universally accessible and peer-to-peer? Well, it could be. You see, CBDCs are not a singular, rigidly defined thing. From the underlying technology used to issue, track, and record these digital tokens to the network upon which they flow, to the protocol that the network follows, every part of a central bank digital currency is customizable. Now, that is not a trivial point. There are some incredibly different ways that CBDCs could be implemented, and if we are only looking for the one type of CBDC that everyone is, I think, rightly most afraid of, then when they introduce some sort of version of CBDC that isn't anything like that, then you stupid conspiracy theorists, you got it all wrong, and you were warning about these things, but it's not like that at all. Fact check, that's not how it works. So let's forearm ourselves with a bit of knowledge about the different ways that a CBDC could be set up, and let's start with a little quiz. Here we are on CBDC Insider, which I hope people are following for just the non-stop, never-ending flow of information about various CBDC projects and pilots and all sorts of things that are being launched around the world on a daily basis. This coming from just this past week. Indian Central Bank on track to launch retail CBDC pilot next month. The retail e-rupee, which will be interoperable with existing payment methods, will be hosted by the National Payments Corporation of India. And it goes on to say that the Reserve Bank of India, the RBI, the country's central bank, is finalizing the rollout of the retail digital rupee pilot, the Economic Times of India reported on November 19th. The RBI initiated the wholesale central bank digital currency pilot on November 1st to test its usage in settling transactions in government securities. At the time, the RBI had said that the retail digital rupee pilot would be launched within a month. Wait, there's two different pilots? Both for CBDC? What's the difference? And then, well, what does this mean? The New York Fed launches a 12-week CBDC pilot program with major banks. I'm sure you saw this headline somewhere in your news feed over the course of the past week. It made a lot of rounds, especially in the alt media where people are warning about CBDC. The Fed is launching their CBDC pilot, and here it is, November 15th, 2022. Banking giants including BNY Mellon, Citi, US Bank, and Wells Fargo will be issuing tokens and settling transactions through simulated central bank reserves as part of the pilot. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York's Innovation Center, or NYIC, announced that it would be launching a 12-week proof-of-concept pilot for a central bank digital currency, or CBDC. In November 15th announcement, the New York Fed said the program would explore the feasibility of an interoperable network of central bank wholesale digital money and commercial bank digital money operating on a shared multi-entity distributed ledger on a regulated liability network. Banking giants including BNY Mellon, Citi, HSBC, MasterCard, PNC Bank, TD Bank, Truist, US Bank, and Wells Fargo will be participating in the pilot by issuing tokens and settling transactions through simulated central bank reserves. Okay, this is the point at which 99% of the audience will have already tuned out. But wait, again, what is it? What on earth does this mean? Interoperable network of central bank wholesale digital money and commercial bank digital money. What is this talking about? Wholesale CBDC, retail CBDC? Is this an important distinction that's being made here? Yes, it is. And it's high time that we collectively smarten up and start to understand a little bit about how the banking system is engineered so that we can understand some of this impenetrable gobbledygook that they throw at us to bemuse and utterly obfuscate what is actually going on when it comes to the banking system and how it actually works. Now, if you want more on that, I will direct you to my very recently released How BlackRock Conquered the World Part 2, where I talk about the going direct reset and the various machinations by which BlackRock essentially began dictating to central banks around the world how they would prepare for the next economic downturn that took place 1 month after BlackRock issued their proposal. And you better believe the central banks did exactly what BlackRock was saying. So more on that concept, which goes into the split circuit monetary system. So guess what, guys? We're getting a crash course in banking today. And we're going to do it in the easiest way possible, which is to go to a John Titus video. I recommended in that recent How BlackRock Conquered the World Part 2 article. I will recommend it here again. He has done a number of videos that I think help to explain this for the layman. But there is a split circuit monetary system that very vastly oversimplifying to make it easy to understand. There are two main circuits in the banking system of money. There is reserve money and there is retail money. And those two circuits are not supposed to cross over. And there's a whole system with regards to that, but rather than having me explain it, why don't we listen to John Titus explain it from his very interesting and highly informative and very much worth your time and attention video, Larry and Karsten's Excellent Pandemic.
The split circuit monetary system. To be clear, we are talking about a circuit, two circuits actually, but circuit implies electronics. That's what we're talking about, electronic money, digital money, another way of putting it. What we are not talking about is cash. You just heard Carson said they hate cash because they don't know who's using it, they don't know what they're spending it on, and the totalitarians, they don't like that. So we're not talking about cash here today, we're talking about electronic money and how that control is going to be implemented. What is a split circuit? It's exactly like it sounds. It's two different circuits. One circuit I'll call the retail circuit. That's our circuit that we use to conduct our business. And the other circuit is what I'll call the wholesale circuit. That's really sort of a bookkeeping circuit, which I'll explain. But the retail circuit is private, and it's a private circuit because the issuers of money in the retail circuit are private entities. They're commercial banks. And in the wholesale circuit, the issuers of money are, at least in theory, public. That's the official story, is that public entities, for example, the Federal Reserve in the U.S., issue money because it's really that right to do that. The issuance of money is a sovereign right belonging to a nation, and in theory, the Federal Reserve is I laugh when I say it, is the agent of we the people. Just a ludicrous notion, but be that as it may, that is the official story. So the wholesale circuit, the issuer of money is public. It is the Federal Reserve. The team colors I'm going to choose here are red for the retail circuit, the private circuit, and we are going to go with a bleak blue for the wholesale circuit, which is, like I say, it's the bookkeeping circuit that really kind of is meant to sort of settle transactions in the private circuit, but I'll talk about that in a bit as we go. The private circuit, let's take a look at that. In the private circuit, as I say, the issuer of money is commercial banks. Commercial banks issue money. They create it out of thin air when they lend. And then that money is circulated among bank money users, some of whom have taken out those loans, and then they pay that money back. The money is destroyed. New loans are created, and the loans get bigger and bigger and bigger, and that's just how the system works. So now let's look at the circuit of people who use that money. And let me answer a question or address something really quickly about commercial banks creating money when they lend. You might be saying, well, I have electronic money in my bank account or checking account, and I didn't take out any loan. So you'd be like me. I didn't borrow the money. So what are you talking about? That's true. I didn't borrow the money. You didn't borrow the money in your account, but that electronic money sitting there, if you could trace it back to its source, sort of in a Genesis begat sort of way, and you went up the chain, you would find that the source of that money, it originated in a loan. There's no question about that. So even though you didn't take out the loan yourself, you're using money that it originated in a loan, to be sure. No doubt about that. Okay, who uses the retail bank money circuit? The commercial banks issue the money. Who uses it? Generally speaking, the users of retail money or bank money are non-bank entities. So businesses, we're talking about mom and pop businesses, industrial businesses, commercial businesses, really any business is not a commercial bank, including, financial businesses like, hedge funds and insurance companies. They are part of they transact business in retail bank money. That's one big class of users. The other major class of users are just people like you and me, just to finish off that circuit with a bit of cheese there. That's the retail bank money circuit, and that completes the circuit. There are 4,357 commercial banks issuing money. That's a bit much for the for the criminals, the totalitarians to control. They don't like that. That's too many to control. That number, by the way, comes from the FDIC's quarterly statistics at a glance report. There's over 4,000 commercial banks in the U.S. all chugging away, issuing money. And that completes the private circuit. Now let's turn to the public circuit. As I said, the issuer of money in the public circuit is the Federal Reserve. It issues money when it does anything. When it wants to buy an asset, it just writes basically a check against nothing and begins buying assets. Who is in, and that's what it's done since 2008. The Federal Reserve it creates money out of thin air, just like commercial banks do. Who is using money in this circuit? Broadly speaking, there are three classes of users. There are central banks like the European Central Bank and the Bank of Japan, and so on, Bank of England. That's one class of users. The other major class of users, the second, is the U.S. government, including, most importantly, the U.S. Treasury. And finally, far and away, the biggest user of money in the wholesale monetary circuit is commercial banks. So they appear in both circuits, but here they appear in blue and with a square around them. The square representing the fact that they are using money in this circuit. They are transacting in blue money. They are not issuing blue money. Blue money is issued by the Fed. There are not 4,000 issuers of money in this circuit. There are only 12, the 12 being the regional Federal Reserve banks. So the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, the Bank of San Francisco, Chicago, Dallas, so on. There's 12 of them, but really there's one. It's the New York Fed. The New York Fed is the only one that has a trading desk. It's a permanent member of the Open Market Committee. The other 11 are just appendages. There's really one, but officially there are 12. And really, it's considered the Fed, like I say, as a public entity. But the point here being it's a much smaller group of issuers, even if you were to count all 12. So that really completes the public circuit. And we'll see what that money is doing since it doesn't get in the retail circuit and we can't spend it. Why do we have that circuit? I'll talk about that in a little bit. But that's it. Let's talk about, and both circuit, by the way, are in dollars. They're both, the money circulating is in dollars. It's denominated the same. But there's a bit different nomenclature associated with each type of money. In the private circuit, it's sometimes called bank money because commercial banks issue that money. And in the public circuit, it is called reserves. It's issued by the Federal Reserve. It's called different things in different jurisdictions. But in any case, both of those circuits, we have deposits. In the retail circuit, you and I have deposits sitting somewhere at the 4,357 banks. And there's more deposits than that because there's some banks that aren't commercial banks. But that gives you a sense. There's a lot, hundreds of millions of deposit accounts. The aggregate of the deposits at the commercial banks is reported weekly in the Fed's H.8 report. That is tabulated on Wednesday. It is reported on Thursday. So if you want to know, the total amount of money on deposit at commercial banks, go to the H.8 report. You can see it there. The Federal Reserve account holders, so the central banks and the U.S. government and commercial banks themselves, they all keep deposit accounts too at the Fed. But those accounts are being held at 12 different regional Federal Reserves banks. And the sum total of deposits by holders of accounts at the Fed is also reported weekly. It is reported in the H.4.1 report. Again, it is tabulated on Wednesday and it is reported on Thursday. So that tells you right there that it is indeed a split circuit. There's two separate reports to track the deposits at the two different tiers in our monetary system. And those two tiers, people think of the monetary system as being one tier, and that leads to a lot of confusion. There's two, rest assured. We'll see this. But let's look at the split circuit monetary system maybe another way graphically to underscore one key point about it. So here we have split circuit monetary system, and on the left we have the public circuit, where I'm going to simplify the diagram. It's the Federal Reserve is issuing money to commercial banks, and it is circling back to the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve might buy an asset from a commercial bank, which turns around, sells it back to the Fed. That's a basic stripped down circuit. The retail circuit on the right In red, commercial banks are issuing money. Again, I'm going to simplify this. They issue money to you and me. They issue it in the form of loans. We pay the money back, and the cycle begins anew. And that's really the system. I wanted to do this diagram, though, because you could see here in the center of the diagram, the commercial banks occupy a special position in the two-tiered split-circuit monetary system. They are both issuers and users of money in the center here. So you could really draw a box around them. Now, you and I in the retail circuit, we keep our money on deposit at the commercial banks, which in turn keep their money on deposit at the Fed. So there you have two different systems of deposits. And there's a couple things worth noting here. One, deposits in the retail circuit, those are the deposits that would go into anything. They make retail purchases, including purchases in the stock market. Okay, so if you want to drive up the equity market, you need to control the retail circuit. The wholesale circuit's not going to do you any good, at least not directly, because nobody transacts in reserves. The second point worth noting is that the Fed, for a very, very long time, only indirectly controlled the amount of deposits. Obviously, the Fed can completely control the blue deposits in the wholesale circuit, but its control over deposits in the retail circuit and money in the retail circuit was limited, historically limited, because it was tinkering. What the Fed would do is tinker with interest rates on deposits in the wholesale circuit, and tinkering with interest rates on deposits in the wholesale circuit would cause in sympathy an interest rate increase, say, in the retail circuit, and that would limit the number of deposits. It would tend to restrict the number of deposits because at a higher interest rate, fewer people are inclined to take out loans. So it was a very indirect system of control, and that has changed. That changed under the cover of pandemic. That has changed very much. But the Feds, the totalitarians, they don't like this system. They want direct control. They're going to get rid of the public-private distinction. They are going to change the two-tier system and then replace it with a central bank digital currency system in which the commercial banks are no longer going to issue money, and so that you can dismantle the channels of the monetary channels there. And eventually what you're going to end up with is a system where our deposits, they're going to be on deposit with the Fed, and you'll have one circuit here. The Fed will issue money to you and me, and that will complete that circuit, and we'll have one big happy totalitarian system, and that will be that. That is where we are headed. That is what Carson's is talking about.
All right. I'm going to pause it there. It's about halfway through, so I'm going to have to catch the rest of that later. I hope you will as well. Good stuff from the great James Corbett and John Titus. They're featured, obviously, in that video. Kind of staying on that similar thing. And I've got a couple more videos, and then I got a friend. We'll have another special guest real quick before we wrap this up. I hope you're enjoying your Monday evening or whenever you're catching this. Let's see. Yay. We were talking about Yay earlier. What did he have to say about, being able to pay for stuff?
I went from being a multi-billionaire to not being able to use my Apple Pay. 4 nights ago, I couldn't use my Apple Pay because somehow Adidas was able to legally go in and freeze my money. And when I see this, I think, well, if this could happen to me, this could happen to other Americans. And for what? This can happen to an American that didn't even steal anything, that didn't even hurt anyone. This could just happen to you for saying the wrong idea out loud, for expressing yourself. I went from...
Right. And one can imagine central bank digital currency would help make that more possible than it already is. All All right, just a couple more videos I wanted to get to. And yeah, some more leftovers from last night's Grand Theft World stream. And I'm going to play a couple of videos back to back from Greg Reese and John Bound over there at the InfoWars crew. This first one's about the Canadian Psychiatric Association targeting anti-vaxxers. And then a video about Operation Lockstep doubling down.
The Canadian government in British Columbia is trying to pass legislation that will recreate how oversight bodies regulate healthcare and alternative medicine. Certain details of this legislation are undisclosed and will remain so until the government passes it into law. But what we do know about Bill C-36 is bad enough. This bill gives the government of British Columbia the power to mandate vaccines for any illness the government so chooses. It gives the government the power to censor anyone who challenges their narrative on anything, allowing the government power to seize an individual's property, fine them for up to $200,000, and throw them in jail. It creates a system of classification wherein the government decides who has good character and who doesn't. It redefines the meaning of informed consent. And while it has not been made official yet, the Canadian Psychiatric Association is now targeting everyone who refuses the dangerous mystery vaccines, labeling them as mentally insane, an age-old tactic of tyrants. Throw the dissidents into mental asylums and medicate them.
And you've talked about how even they recommend, perhaps psychiatric medication or something for people that don't want to take a vaccine.
So this has come out recently out of the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Ontario. The college sent out a letter or a memo to all the doctors in Ontario suggesting to them, now so far they're not mandating it, they're just suggesting it, that any of their unvaccinated patients, that they should consider that they have a mental problem and that they should be put on psychiatric medication. So far it's just a suggestion, but the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Ontario should not be making these kinds of suggestions. This is extremely unethical, and this is a very, very slippery slope. If they're suggesting that people who wish to have bodily autonomy and don't want an experimental vaccine, that there may be something mentally wrong with them, that is a very, very dangerous, slippery slope that we're on.
This is what the website of the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Ontario says. It says, quote, "It is also important that physicians work with their patients to manage anxieties related to the vaccine and not enable avoidance behavior. In cases of serious concern, responsible use of prescription medications and/or referral to psychotherapy are available options. Overall, physicians have a responsibility to allow their patients to be properly informed about vaccines and not have those anxieties empowered by an exemption." So my verdict is, wow, yes, this is in fact a true claim. This is what the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Ontario is telling doctors, that if a patient has declined the COVID-19 vaccine, they are not to quote unquote empower that patient with an exemption, that the declining of the vaccine is automatically labeled as an irrational anxiety. And the recourse for that in the eyes of this medical organization is prescription medications and or psychotherapy. They want to drug you to trick you into taking the COVID vaccine.
Reporting for InfoWars, this is Greg Reese.
I want them shut down. I want them silenced. I want them muted. I think they're horrible for our society.
The best way, I believe, to counter misinformation and disinformation is to spread good information, to spread science-based information, to have trusted voices. So I started my comments by reminding everybody that America's physicians, like the real leaders of American medicine, the people you trust for your cancer care and your heart care and your pediatrics care, are out there telling you you need to go get a vaccine. You can decide to trust America's physicians, or you can trust some random dude on Twitter. Like, those are your choices.
People are right to question whether this virus actually exists. But we now, in Europe for the first time, have the scientific proof that it does not exist. And this is thanks to a Department of Health letter that has been received following a request by a citizen in the UK, which he actually had to appeal. But he requested the Department of Health and Social Care in the United Kingdom to give him scientific proof of the existence of a virus called SARS-CoV-2. And they confirmed that the Department of Health and Social Care does not hold any information on the isolation of a SARS-CoV-2 virus. In other words, it does not exist.
Millions of people in China are once again under collective quarantine as the country faces the new surge of the COVID-19 virus. In Beijing, workers in protective suits have installed metal barriers in some neighbourhoods where coronavirus cases have been detected. People can only go out to buy food or receive medical treatment, and to do so they must scan their health QR codes.
The Communist Chinese hellscape is the blueprint for what they plan to bring forward against us. But I wanted to be specific about where we're at and where they're going to take us with this system and how we can stop it and say no to it. You have the UN, you have the big corporate mouthpiece, the World Economic Forum.
The Chinese model is certainly a very attractive model for quite a number of countries.
For decades, they've said they want to use a viral scare, the Rockefeller documents, Operation Lockstep, the list goes on, to bring in a world medical ID that will really be the world ID that will have carbon controls, not just viral controls on where you can do, what you can do. You'll have digital money by region that'll be programmable. They'll decide where you can spend it, when you can spend it, how you can spend it. They can devalue it or upvalue it whenever they want.
A Swedish company specialized in microchip implants promotes the use of their device to carry the COVID pass, saying that the chip makes the data more accessible even if a person doesn't have their phone with them. The chip implant is placed in the arm and programmed so that when the chip is read by a smartphone, it opens up a PDF file, which contains a person's COVID passport. This makes it easier for different entities to check the health status of the individual.
And it's directly tied and administered to the surveillance over it in live time by corporations, bureaucracies, and criminal think tanks like the ADL, who will then reward you or punish you off of your social behavior. And then they will program it and incentivize it to spend it with their companies, their businesses, their systems. The ultimate brainwashing, the ultimate gaslighting as they announce all this tyranny, then they say, but we can't talk about it, doesn't exist, while it publicly exists. So here it is, breaking. G20 leaders issue joint declaration promoting global health passport to facilitate international travel, a world ID to buy, sell, and travel even outside your house. The social credit score, you will not leave 1/2 foot out of your home unless you're authorized to. They've now built emergency centers all over the world under UN directives that anyone that does not submit to forced injections and lockdowns in the future will be sent to these centers. They have now admitted in Canada and in Australia, but they're also setting them up here, that and the UN is directing it again, that officially the camps aren't just for people they claim have COVID with their fake PCR test, but now it's for anybody protesting the future lockdowns as they gear up for their next big push, while saying they want amnesty from us and for us to not sue them or organize into groups that are saying no so they can sucker punch us again.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Selling. I can't believe this fucking shit is still happening. I mean, you know, sometimes I pinch myself. I'm like, it is unbelievable. And yet, it's not so unbelievable when you check through some of the books and all the stuff Rich gets into that shows where all this, you know, what got the ball rolling with this stuff. It goes way back. And that's a huge value, I think, that Rich's work and Tony's analysis as well provides on the Grand Theft World podcast. If you're not familiar Go check out grandtheftworld.com. Where's my spokes guy? Oh,
grandtheftworld.com.
Yeah, he had to warm up a bit. grandtheftworld.com. You can join the community, get in the Discord, get access to the Library of Cognitive Liberty, participate in the town hall every other Tuesday night. It's happening tomorrow night. Should be a good time. As always, long and interesting discussions. And all right, couple more housekeeping things. Had some end of okay, yeah. All right, we had some awesome super chats on the Rockfin last night during the show from our friend producer Mike, aka Afix, who will be speaking at the End of Slavery Summit coming up in a couple of days, December 1st, 2022. It's a 4-day event, I believe, with a whole litany of speakers, including many you may be familiar with. And hoping I'll be able to catch some of that. But that's going to be a whole lot of interesting stuff there over at endofslavery.org. You can check it out. I'll drop a link in the show notes for that. And there's one more thing I thought I wanted to talk about. Maybe I'll think of it. All right, so I want to bring in another guest. He's on the road. We'll see how this goes. But thought I'd check in real quick with my friend Adam. And see how you're doing. And just let's talk a little bit about what we've been talking about in the background, what we're working on and developing. It's my friend Adam.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, welcome.
How's it going, brother?
It's going well.
Big Driggs, how's that thumbnail looking?
It looks good. It's coming through. It's on screen. 37 Foxcast. You wanna explain to the audience what that's referring to?
37 Foxcast. That is a reference for the MOS designation of the United States Army for psychological operations specialist. Which is what I did in the military in a life past long time ago. That's essentially what that means. So it's a reference to that. The show that we're talking about, the production, is going to, deal with these types of this in particular is the subject, PSYOP, and break it down for the folks at home. A lot of convoluted understanding of what this term PSYOP really is, and there's different variations of this term, but we're going to break it down in terms of tactics. Just really simplify it to where people can listen in, kind of get educated on the nomenclature, we like to say. And then, obviously once you do that, or the grammar, like Rich would say, with the trivium, understanding the terminology, being able to eventually, once the terminology is understood, move to the rhetoric and the logic part of the trivium, and in reference to this topic in particular. So figuring out what they're looking at, being able to define it, because these tactics and strategies are, they're defined. They're defined by the various organizations that implement these things. And so people don't really know the terminology. And once they know the terminology, they'll be able to, for example, we've all heard of false flag. That's official terminology. That's a nomenclature. That's a tactic. But there are various others. There's many. So once we can kind of break that terminology down and simplify it, like I said, you take away the mystique, and then people can really start to understand how this is all kind of playing out in front of them.
Excellent. Yeah, everybody that I've mentioned this to is very interested in the idea. Sounds like a good practical topic to focus on. And I've been talking about it, that I think some people may not be aware that they're stepping onto a battlefield when they go on social media. And so helping them have a better sense of what's going on, how they're getting played, and how they can kind of at least defend themselves, and the intellectual self-defense, of course, that's something coming out of the University of Reason and the autonomy marketplace. We've got some solutions for that. And of course, listening to the Grand Theft World podcast, go through many examples of that, critical thinking, applying critical thinking. We want to help give some people some context and handholds, I guess, for these concepts, the terminology, understanding it, recognizing it. Like, you're out in nature trying to identify all the plants and animals, so you actually know what's what. We're applying that
Right.
to the digital battlefield of 5th generation warfare.
Yeah, you don't want to eat the poison mushroom.
Very well. Yeah, exactly.
And by the way, it reminds me, as you're speaking, I'm thinking of the famous Chinese general and what he's most known for in terms of phraseology. And you know what I'm talking about. I know you can put that phrase out there. We're talking about knowing your enemy, right?
Sun Tzu.
Yep, absolutely. And if you unfortunately, that's what we're seeing in this marketplace of ideas and propaganda, is that whole body of that whole sphere of influence is muddied to such a degree intentionally that people don't know who the enemy is, and that's the whole point of these various different types of propaganda. Whether we're talking about a limited hangout or honeypot or any of these various terms, false flags, hero image versus even a enemy image. These are all tactics, and they're all named and they're all defined, and they're all used to muddy, to essentially muddy the waters, meaning just to hide the truth. And this is what PSYOP is really all about. This is, we're talking, and we're talking about how it's administered, how it's applied, and that's really, honestly, it's like when we talk about the Trivium and we talk about University of Reason, there's huge emphasis that Rich and the curriculum puts on the, understanding what fallacy is. And part of that understanding what fallacy is being aware of the mechanisms by which people are deceived. And once you know that, you're able to kind of cut through the deception, right? And to stop to recognize it, at least. And then when you recognize it, you're aware that sometimes people intentionally are using it, sometimes unintentionally, right?
Absolutely. And so I'm really looking forward to once we get this in motion. I know it's we've been talking about it a bit, and I think it's going to come together, and it's going to be a valuable resource. I hope that's the idea of it. So looking forward to that. And anything else you wanna talk about briefly?
Well, I had some comments on what you were playing.
Oh yeah.
First of all, every time I hear Alex Jones speaking, I'm just like wanting to offer the guy water. And then it's funny because I had this way of thinking about things sometimes. So I'm sitting there thinking about, I'm listening to this clip from Alex Jones, and again, this is what my mind is focused on when I'm hearing Alex. It's like I just want to tell this guy, hey man, just drink some water, please. But then I start thinking about, well, what if the guy is like had an injury, and that's why I don't know why he always sounds like he needs water, right?
Well, I think it is. I think he did injure his voice box. He talked about it.
Well,
in court.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, what if like, what if his CIA uncle had some kind of flashback from when in Vietnam, with my line master or something like that. Freak young. I'm sitting here thinking. I sat there for like 5 minutes trying to remember the My Life mask. I'm like, what was that called? I was coming up with all these different terms. I'm like, oh, it's My Life. And so that was my thought process with that. But then, like with the central bank, Mila, and then I'm sitting there listening to the central bank. I see this huge character, this huge Spanish. First of all, the guy cracks me up when he speaks because he's like, his, you know what I'm talking about, the IMF guy.
August Carson's, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sitting there, I'm thinking like, it reminds me of like Lord of the Flies, that dude that they inevitably took out, the young chubby lad.
Piggy.
Yeah, he reminds me of that kid somehow. And I used to be a chubby kid, so I'm allowed to talk about this. But I'm sitting there thinking, like, this guy here, man, he's promoting this. He's of the ilk of these people promoting the climate crisis and the eating of the mealworms and the crickets and all this, right? I'm like, this guy here, he's gonna be preaching to somebody about like no more beef, because the cow farts. So I'm just, I just can't understand how these folks unilaterally just decide they're going to go ahead and implement this, international, central bank digital currency. And I like the point that Corbett was making about like, and this is a point that I made about, digital transactions have been around for a long time in the form of, debit cards.
Indeed. I mean, and that video, we played a video on the show last night from 1985 that was pointing out, or it was showing barcodes and scanners and sort of a I guess that that was shocking to some back then, and they kind of saw the early and with credit cards too, the early like scent of what might be coming, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I can't help but think about Corbett. I've previously saw the Corbett episodes where he was featuring the guy, I can't remember his name, who was explaining who's the expert on the banking system. What's the guy's name?
John Titus.
Yeah, absolutely. So I remember coming across his work a while back, and listening to these quote world leaders, discuss this, they just decide they're going to go ahead and move everybody in this direction. I'm like, well, the normie at least you would think would ask the question, well, who's deciding? Who signed off on this? Did you ask the people you're representing? Are you just deciding that you're going to go ahead with this? I mean, that's essentially what they're doing, right?
Right. Well, they obviously feel empowered by a higher power of some sort that
absolutely
might be sending them out to marching orders. That might be in the lineage of Henry Kissinger and Klaus Schwab and World Economic Forum, Young Global Leader stuff, among other groups. I'm not saying they're the only one.
Yeah, I mean, it's it shows, again, like you said, I agree with what you're saying. It points out this lack of concern with, these people are supposed to be representatives of the public at large who put them into power, voted them into power, and yet they more and more as you see quote democracy, intentionally being in real time they're dismantling it in front of people, I believe intentionally. They really want people to see this is what they're doing, and they're just taking control. And they've, we have our own sort of ideas about this already, but I'm just talking in general to a general crowd. You know, just the idea that they're just deciding to do this on their own. You would think the normie would just be like, well, wait a second, I didn't vote for this, right? Who gave you permit? Like, who are you to just go ahead and not only that, but then all the differing, you know, leaders from the various different, you know, non-connected countries. I mean, you got Turkey talking about it, India, you know, all the different Western countries, China, of course, you know, all these people push this central bank digital currency. You would think that people would somehow start to put the piece together where it's like, well, wait a second, this ain't national sovereignty. This is this is obviously coming from, like you said, higher up. The marching orders are coming from elsewhere. And who is that that's giving those marching orders when we've all been led to believe that, hey, you have national governance, you have national sovereignty, the state, your state is the one deciding, you know, what happens. It's supposed to be based upon a vote, but, you know, obviously that's not the case. So how is this happening? How's this quote lockstep happening, right?
Well, we're not supposed to talk about they, them, those.
Yeah.
Or
exactly.
they. That'll, you know, you can't have a conversation about that.
Which brings up the whole previous point of know your enemy, right?
Of what? Excuse me?
It brings up the whole previous point about knowing your enemy, right?
Indeed. Yeah, which, yeah, I mean, what we try to do on the Grand Theft World podcast, and I think what we'll try to dive into in depth in a different way on the 37 Foxcast.
Absolutely.
Well, right on, man. Thanks for popping in. I think I'm gonna wrap this one up, and then you know, we can talk some more later.
Stoked to be here, man. Like what you're doing. I'm a big fan of. In fact, I just ordered a hat from your store. I'm gonna plug your store.
Oh yeah, I forgot to
did you see my name come through there?
I did. Yeah, thank you.
Right on.
Thank you, and I hope you enjoy it.
Can't wait to get that. I'm gonna support that as soon as I can. So as soon as I receive it, I'll post a pic.
Right on. Yeah, Grand Theft World trucker cap.
Heck yeah, buddy. I'm gonna flatten that bill out. And I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna wear it up.
Right on. Yeah, it's available over at freedomunitedrevolt.com. Yeah. Well, all right, man. We'll reconvene here in a little bit while you're driving down the road. Safe travels, and thanks for hopping on. We'll talk to you soon.
Yep. Peace to you and all the people, all the good folks listening. Look forward to 37 Foxcast. That'll be coming at you well worth your while.
Indeed. All right. Take care.
Yeah, man. Later.
All right. That's Adam Infinitum. Oh, I forgot. I was going to show. You can find some of his graphics work over at AdamInfinitum_media on Instagram. So he's been doing some memeing, some interesting motion graphics and memeing, and looking forward to when he has a computer up and running. And I mean, you can do a lot of cool stuff on phones, as he's showing. All right. Now, I saw somebody pop in earlier. It reminded me I wanted to play some of this video on here because I took a trip to Canada last Wednesday. Before I blew a hole in the concrete. I'm not joking about this. That was a negligent discharge. It's not funny. All right. This is not the time for jokes about that. Anyway, yeah, I made it into Canada with a birth certificate and 2 forms of ID. Had a nice dinner with some friends. And on the way back, you know, the Canadians had no problem letting me in. The U.S. informed me, well, not really supposed to let you in, but, you know, because you can't prove on a federal level that you are supposed to be here. But had an interesting conversation with the border guard. And he was not too happy. Said he'd been doing too good of a job on the southern border, and they shipped him up to the frozen north. But I'm grateful he let me in. Though if he had detained me, I wouldn't have made that error in judgment. But then I wouldn't have had that learning experience. So I guess it all worked out. But in Canada, I resisted the urge to tweet about the meme country, Diagolon. And I know we played some of this video on Grand Theft World a while ago, but I was going to play some more of it. And yeah, this is coming to you from Clyde Do Something on YouTube. Sort of an explanation about what Diagolon is and who Jeremy McKenzie is.
Ladies and gents, welcome back. If I told you of a fictional country that spanned from Alaska to Florida, ignoring the coasts, and just went on a diagonal line and had a president that was actually a goat figurine, you would probably think I was crazy. But if you were a parliamentarian, you would declare a state of emergency. Well, of course, I'm referring to an individual in Canada named Jeremy McKenzie, the founder of a fake, fictional, fun joke of a country, Diagolon, which infamously became the reason for the Emergencies Act, is under hot water now in Saskatchewan this morning. Reporting is Real Andy Lee show here on Twitter saying the Saskatchewan RCMP have issued a province-wide arrest warrant for Diagolon founder Jeremy McKenzie. Crown prosecutors are reviewing the case and will decide if the warrant will be extended to other provinces. This from CBC News, of course, the most fair and balanced you'll see in the country. Saskatchewan RCMP issue warrant for Nova Scotia man facing multiple gun charges. Jeremy McKenzie, leader of an alleged... They do this. White supremacist group already faces 13 gun charges in Nova Scotia. Now, why don't we get into a little bit of the history, and then we'll get back to the article of who Jeremy McKenzie is. He is a comedian on the internet, and he's also an activist. He's a veteran from Canada who served in Afghanistan. He was recently on Viva Fry's podcast to explain his story, but this little video actually sums it up best, and I think you'll get the point here if you don't know who this guy is already.
I got a story for you. It's a true story.
The federal government has invoked the Emergencies Act.
Diagolon.
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 A far-right extremist group.
We're talking about a group that is organized, driven by an extreme ideology.
A so-called accelerationist group.
Formed by a former member of the Canadian Armed Forces.
Which aims to accelerate racial conflict to lead to the eventual creation of a white ethno-state.
Its stated purpose is, quote, to incite a race war.
Oh my God.
Dude.
It's over. It's fucking done.
Members of Parliament are talking about a meme. A meme to justify a state of emergency.
They're super country. Dude, did we predict this on one of the old fucking streams? Remember, it's diagonal country all the way to Alaska? Dude, you know, here it is, all the way from Florida, all the way up, super diagonal country.
The Justin Trudeau regime declared war on a pretend country that doesn't exist.
The federal government has invoked the Emergencies Act.
How much vitriol do we have to see of honk honk, which is an acronym for Hail Hitler?
You need people like me. So you can point and say, that's a bad guy. That's okay. I'll be a bad guy for you.
I made this on my phone as a pretend flag for a pretend country that doesn't exist. Its vice president is a goat figurine named Philip who has an extremely hard time with narcotics.
Diagolon was found.
So I'm going to leave this in the description down below so you can share this out to people who don't already understand what Diagolon is. Now, the memes are being shared around, but global news, of course, Rachel Gilmore, Happy Gilmore here, getting on the case of course, because, you know, sensationalism sells. Experts say ideologically motivated comedic extremism is on the rise. Here's what you need to know. And of course, yeah, that's Jeremy McKenzie. Now, it's ridiculous. What happened recently was that Rachel Gilmore put Jeremy McKenzie back in the news again because he made another provocative move. And he's a comedian. This is what he does. He throws it out there and he tries the real fun thing about what he does is instead of like me, I report on just how horrible the news is. He actually is able to sensationalize or get them to sensationalize what he's doing. And well, he did that here in this case. And he went and he took a photograph with Pierre Poilievre at one of his campaign meet and greets. I mean, Pierre's seeing thousands and thousands of people. So he just runs in there and he just shakes his hand, gets a photo taken with him. Says, sometimes you just got to tell him what's up. I'm sure Pierre doesn't even remember this. Anyway, so Rachel Gilmore takes to Twitter to say, Jeremy McKenzie, founder of Diagolon, posted a picture of him, picture to his Telegram of him shaking hands with Pierre Poilievre. It's unclear when the photo is from, but it looks like it's from one of Pierre Poilievre's campaign meet and greets. Of course it was. Of course it was. But of course, exactly as predicted, the media jumped all over it and even got the ire of and the attention of Jean Charest, one of the candidates, as well as, you know, all of the media. But this I found was the funniest one. And Rachel Gilmore obviously sharing this out. Jean Charest is calling on Pierre Poilievre to directly denounce Jeremy McKenzie. It's been 72 hours since Pierre Poilievre learned that he shook hands with a violent extremist designated by Canada's Integrated Terrorist Assessment Center, which is a bunch of malarkey. It's yeah, they went based on CBC reports on this guy, and then they made their publication. It's, you know, they just grab on fake news and then they report it as a real report. We saw how this works during the Freedom Convoy. His refusal to denounce is this individual is deeply concerning. Of course, hate is intolerance has no place in Canada in the Conservative Party. Share if you agree with that. It's long past time for Pierre Poilievre. And I mean, I don't care. This is politics being politics, but I thought it was funny, so I just popped it in there. Jean Charest believes in guilt by association. Jean Charest hangs out with crooks and embezzlers. Jean Charest also works for the CCP company, Huawei, the Chinese Communist Party company, the Huawei. Good talk. Good talk. Anyway, he was on Viva Fry's podcast and shared his whole story, and I'll leave a link in the description for Viva Fry's podcast. It was really good, where Jeremy got to explain his whole story. I've been meaning to have Jeremy on the channel. We've been trying to communicate back and forth to get him to come on here and share his story with the audience here. But he tends to stream around the same time that I do. So we'll work it out in scheduling, but we'll definitely get him on here at some point. But here's a little excerpt from this in association to one of the photographs that they've been running with on the news media, where they posed in an ominous way in order to bait them to use this photograph, and they fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. Here we go.
Okay. That's me on the bottom left there. So we got, it's like, put these masks on, guys. And then I did redacted over this. And the media took it and was like, why? You know, people published it and were accusing CTV of protecting our identities. And it's like, tell them, CTV, that you took it. Tell them that you took it from my Instagram page. And the caption was something like, I guess we're a militia now, or something like this. This was intentionally to gaslight them. And we were making fun of them. And then they took this as evidence that we are what they say they are. So I was like, people are kind of getting worried at this point. And I was like, there's nothing to find. No one's doing anything illegal anyway. So when if they do, or if they are stupid enough to send the police, which they have, and it's ongoing, they're going to spend millions of dollars looking for nothing. And who's going to be the asshole then?
Look at
obviously. And I'll leave a link in the description down below for that. But here's a photo, and they're even using this for this story now. Saskatchewan RCMP has laid new charges against Diagolon leader Jeremy McKenzie. Diagolon leader. It's a meme. It's a joke. It is a it's a podcast where he makes jokes. Anyway, the nature of the charge has not been confirmed. It's linked to a Diagolon shooting party on a farm near Viscount, Saskatchewan in November 2021, sources say. Now, a diagolon shooting party, you mean like a bunch of guys getting together and shooting their guns at a range? That, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens as the details come in. But this story is basically just sharing that the charges have been put out there while trying to make him sound scarier and scarier. According to Saskatchewan RCMP, the charges stem from an incident last November in the rural municipality of Viscount. No further details were provided, aside from a note that the RCMP did not get a report about the incident until March of this year. So they had it since March, and they're just laying the warrant now. RCMP also confirmed that a province-wide arrest warrant has been issued for Mackenzie, though the Mounties said there's no evidence that he is in Saskatchewan. Crown prosecutors are reviewing the case and will decide if the warrant will be extended to other provinces. Guessing not. I'm guessing not. Now, firearms restrictions in Canada, people don't understand, and how the firearms laws work. When people say have a firearms charge against them, take this into consideration. I had a friend years ago who was a ski bum. He was also a hunter, but he lived in a dorm-esque house. And inside the dorm house, I mean, it's kind of free range. Everybody just comes and goes. You have your room. Now, the police showed up one day for a noise complaint and just walked into the house. And then subsequently just walked into his room. He was playing video games while he was waiting for the solvent to dry while cleaning his firearm after going out and sighting it in. Now, the police charged him with a violation for in the Firearms Act and confiscated his firearm. They confiscated his firearm and they held it for over a year with pending charges, and he had a firearms prohibition for that time. Now, he was a ski bum and couldn't afford a lawyer, so he just waited it out until the firearms prohibition was gone. He missed an entire hunting season because of this. Now, this is how firearms violations work in Canada. So when I hear someone has 13 gun-related charges, it could be an ominous thing, or it could be just that they had a warrant to search his house and they found guns in plain sight, determined that they should have been locked up and put violations on their related charges. So you can never tell if a firearms charge is an ominous one because they were doing something nefarious or because they just stepped out of the bounds of the regulation. Now, I'd argue that my friend would have been off on that one if he would have paid for a lawyer, but he just waited it out. Nonetheless, this is where we're at. Jeremy Mackenzie, again, now in hot water in Saskatchewan, not just his home province. Anyway, just wanted to put that one out there for you guys. Hopefully we can get Jeremy on the show at some point. We can get some scheduling things worked out and get him.
I don't think it happened because Jeremy's in jail. That was from 3 months ago, I believe. Since then, he has been imprisoned. And yeah, sounds like there's no transactions of firearms. These handguns in Canada. Of course, I disarmed myself to cross the border. It's an odd feeling after getting used to, being armed and knowing how to use things. I did manage to take a pretty sweet steak knife with me, which was good because the knives sucked at that restaurant. I hope they get some better ones, but the food was delicious. All right, well, I've gone almost 5 hours. I hope you've gotten some value out of this, and look forward to any feedback you want to give me. I guess I'm going to keep doing this on Mondays. Maybe some other days if I want to talk to somebody and need to schedule it, make it happen. But I was so glad it came together with Addy Adds today. It was kind of last minute, but over the course of the last day. So big thanks to him for joining us. Go check out his stuff. You can find him through his Twitter at Addy Adds. And I'm about done. Oh yeah, I did want to mention, we were talking about the intellectual self-defense tools to assist you. There is a sale, I think, for the next couple of days over at marketplace.autonomyagora.com. And you can put in the code Agora BF sale. That's AGORA BF SALE. I think that's about 20% off, maybe just on some of them. You can see some of these courses, including Richard Grove's autonomy course, which you can find links to in my links, Liberty links. You can find it here on the Agora. Michael Badnarik's How to Know and Defend Your Rights. There's a permaculture course, copywriting, critical thinking, trifecta, the Trivium Method, a logic course from Tony Myers, complete guide to forming communities, escape the rat race. It's a powerful budgeting tool course, the holistic self-assessment with Derek Bros, Barija with Benny Wills, work on your public speaking and connection through speaking. Mental Emotional Kung Fu with Daryl Becker. Homesteading on a Budget with John Bush and Rebecca Powers. Test Drive Your Future for young high schoolers or young people looking to, apprentice, choose a career path. How to set up a crypto wallet with John Bush. Mass Media. History with James Corbett. We've got a comic book course from a great dude named Anthony Summy. Soon, I think we'll have a philosophy course from Jay Dyer, which I'm working on to help produce and edit. So go check that out, marketplace.com, marketplace.autonomyagora.com, Agora BF sale on checkout. And one last time, thanks for hanging with me. This is brought to you by freedomunitedrevolt.com, the best t-shirt store in the universe, or something like that. We're going to get new designs coming soon, get a system going, get some more contributors. And you can find the show notes for this show. They'll be posted here. I'll fix the formatting. I don't know what happened last week. And more. So thank you for joining me. Woo! If you didn't get enough last night, you got more tonight. And doing the best I can. I enjoy facilitating the Grand Theft World show and other things, and trying to put those skills to use elsewhere and get some bigger things going. So I don't know, I'm riding with some training wheels. Maybe I'll get more serious, but I'm gonna play a couple tunes. Shout out to the RCMNP, and then a dude named Rashad that I know, that I just discovered. He's a fantastic hip hop artist. So we've got Coulter Wall with 13 silver dollars, and Rashad and Confidence with Rumors of War. Thank you and good night. Have a great week.
Up on Speedy Creek, I found myself sleeping in the snow. One or two odd reasons I ain't too proud to repeat. For now we'll say I had no place to go. There was a rustle and a humming just hauling down the street. I drew myself up from my icy bed, painted on that shiny car the letters RCMNP. I can feel a little aching in my head. And then out jumps this old boy about twice the size of me. He asked me for my name and where I dwelt. And I just looked him in the eye and sang Blue Yodel number 9. He didn't catch the reference, I could tell. And then the old familiar click and the handcuffs bind and grip. He should have left me in the snow where I lay. Well, he just laughed and touched his gun, and turning to me he said, son, I bet you don't own a damn thing to your name. I got my health, John B. Stetson. I got me a bottle full of baby's bluebird wine. I left my stash somewhere down in Preston, along with 13 silver dollars in my mind. I got my health, John B. Stetson. I got me a bottle full of baby's bluebird wine. I left my stash somewhere down in Preston, along with 13 silver dollars in my mind. Along with 13 silver dollars in my mind. Thank you.
Today our people can see that we're faced with a government conspiracy. This government has failed us. The senators who are filibustering concerning your and my rights, that's the government. We've got some difficult days ahead. But it really doesn't matter with me now.
Yeah, read the headlines. It's another dramatic episode. That's what we face daily living on this reckless globe. My pen explodes just writing about these present days. Losing optimism, thinking things will never change. The streets on fire, always in an endless blaze. From gun for gun combat with plenty let exchange. Soon as the metal sprays, innocence gets sent to graves based on any cause. From money to a jealous rage. Or maybe orders a presidential directive gave to put the hit out on enemies foreign and domestic. A world consumed in violence and always infested by mad bloodshed. It's just another norm accepted. Nations overseas, war-torn and neglected, while people mourn the loss of those the corpsman is inspected. Call the president for what? It's all evident. He'd rather promote war instead of resolve war. I got the future on my mind as I'm staring at the atlas. Who knows what tomorrow brings? I'm searching for the answers. The good days are gone now. It's obvious and quite clear that the American dream is now a nightmare. Nothing is for sure, but in the end I will win. And that's regardless of the fact that the projection is grim. The revolution won't be heard if the record don't spin. So tell a DJ, play it over again and again. And your reality is harsh enough to make you want to take the bottle and pour the liquor out to wash away the pain and sorrow. Fighting with time cause it seems to be my greatest rival. But by the looks of things, who knows what I'ma face tomorrow. Judging off the direction the world is spinning and living on a land that's been cursed since the beginning. When Eve bit the fruit from the serpent that was slithering. We went from purposeful living, attended church to deter us from sinning. Now we all about chasing papes, worshiping furs and Timberlands. Young teens is only concerned with earning Benjamins instead of being intellects, well learned and disciplined. Brainwashed by media through covert conditioning. Politicians work behind the scenes, I heard them whispering, drawing up plans to put the world in imprisonment. No time to sleep, you better stay alert to how the system is and end up as a casualty. I got the future on my mind as I'm staring at the atlas. Who knows what tomorrow brings? I'm searching for the answers. The good days are gone now. It's obvious and quite clear that the American dream is now a nightmare. Nothing is for sure, but in the end I'ma win. And that's regardless of the fact that the projection is grim. The revolution won't be heard if the record don't spin. So tell a DJ, play it over again and again. Yo, people buried alive from financial collapses, purposely designed just to deprive the masses. The rich eat good while we starve for the rations. Work hard while they commit frauds and live lavish. Casualties of Wall Street from stock market crashes. The wicked prosper while we suffer. It's all backwards. Young troops fighting abroad, taking chances, putting their lives at risk at being blown to ashes. All they wanted was scholarships to pay for classes, but in return they got sent back home in caskets, wrapped in American flags. It's type tragic. Lives shattered over many lies crafted by politicians wanting to see their dollars expanded. Corruption running wild and rampant on the hostile planet. So I prepare for the worst with the time I've been granted. Shed a light to those who ain't wise enough to grasp. I got the future on my mind as I'm staring at the atlas. Who knows what tomorrow brings? I'm searching for the answers. The good days are gone now. It's obvious and quite clear that the American dream is now a nightmare. Nothing is for sure, but in the end I'ma win. And that's regardless of the fact that the projection is grim. The revolution won't be heard if the record don't spin. So tell a DJ, play it over again and again.
And it seems that I can hear God saying to America, you're too arrogant.